It's like a. Hey, YouTube. I'm early, so go ahead and hit the thumbs up. Hey, y'all. Go ahead and hit the thumbs up as you enter the room. Say hey so I know who's in the chat. I came on early today. I didn't wait till 10, 11, midnight. So I'm going to have I don't know, I can't say interesting conversation, but just a general talk, recap of the weekend. Today being a holiday, if you want to consider Christopher Columbus a holiday, but it's just like a regular day to me. All right, I'll wait for a few more people to come on. Who's in the chat? Go ahead and say hey. I'll wait a few more minutes. I know some of y'all who be on here, y'all driving or y'all at work. All right, so let me begin. All right, so today was not just no any particular special day. It didn't even seem like it was a holiday. It's Columbus Day, but in certain states, and this the first time a president has considered Indigenous Day as a holiday. So basically, they made it, Indigenous Day. Some people say, and Columbus Day. They try to put them all together. Um, it is a federal holiday, but in a way, some people even call it Italian Day. Now, with all these days they specifying, they even have one today called Daughters Day. So that's pretty interesting, But we all know that Christopher Columbus did not discover America. I don't even know why people still follow that narrative. But of course, people are never going to acknowledge that or change it. But they want to talk about race based learning in schools, but they want to perpetuate a lie of a man who brought diseases from Europe to this on this land that already had people who had a culture, religion, civilizations. So how can you discover something that somebody already had lived? But you know, people's always going to perpetrate a lie because this country is all based upon perpetrating lies. Nobody, but I bet you, I bet you, Christopher Columbus was a black man, and it was not Europe in Italy, but it was someone African came to the United States and discovered it. You wouldn't hear that in the history books, that's for sure. They would have whitewashed it out some sort of way. But it is what it is. And also, today is the 1 year anniversary of Amazon Stone Mountain. Now, and Amazon always abbreviate their location. So this ATL2 is what they consider Amazon and Stone Mountain right up the street. It's called ATL2. So today was their 1 year anniversary that they broke ground and opened up. So it was about this time last year. I was working at the one in Duluth, and I want to say it was right around this time that I was at Amazon, and I was working at Wayfair at the time. So it was right around this time. I want to say that I no longer, either I was on my way out or I became permanent. I don't. It was something like that. I know it was somewhere around this time that I was that I became like a permanent employee at Amazon in Duluth, and that was when I would say maybe at the end of this week. I know it was pretty soon that I kind of got that stupid phone call about you was off task and everything else. So I want to say it was around this time. But anyway, so today is the 1 year. Hey y'all, I see 3 people in here. Go on in the chat, see who's in here. So they had today between 4 and 7, they had like a music, free food, um, a DJ. Hey Dorian. And so, I went up there. I drove up there because I was curious. And then I knew they was probably going to give out little T-shirts and stuff. So I went up there. I wasn't scheduled to work today. So I went up there. They had some company that was, hey Sally. Hey Gwyneth. No lost love. Tina, who's Tina? You mean Teresa? So I went up there and got me a hot dog. They had hot dog or hamburger. You choose hot dog or hamburger. So they had these Chicago hot dog. It was like these real skinny looking hot dog. And so I got me like something to drink, can of soda, a Sprite, and bag of chips. So I got like two little bags of chips, a little mini old bag of chips. So I grabbed those and a hot dog and went back and came back here because I was still doing my class. So, and then we gave this little T-shirt with it's downstairs, but I'll bring it up when I go down there. And then they got these little pins, these little Amazon little pins that people be collecting. So I got me one of those. So, and then they'll have another party outside in front of the tent on Friday. So it's going to be today. It was today, and it's going to be on Friday. So they're going to do it. They're going to do it at the beginning of the week and at the end of the week. And it was like, are you still on the clock? I said, I'm not even on the clock. I didn't even say nothing. They wasn't questioning if you were working, but you're supposed to. This is how silly they did it. You do it between 4 p.m. to 7 o'clock, right? Most people, they don't even get off of work until 6 o'clock. Like when if they were scheduled to work today, usually the schedule. No, I don't think they had anyone who would come in at 6 o'clock. Not on a Monday. Not this Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So whatever. So it wasn't like you could stop working to go downstairs, go outside, and get like a free hot dog, a T-shirt, or whatever, and then go back upstairs. Because by the time you it's so big, and they went down, So either you had to be leaving for the day. I said I'm leaving. I said I'm off. I didn't even say nothing really. They didn't really question. Are you here to work today? Blah blah blah. Whatever. You know, it's too many people in there to be worrying about some little hot dog and a T-shirt. I'm like, obviously, if somebody is, and especially if I showed up dressing like this in a dress, do I look like I was coming to go to work? But they don't care. They be standing out there, whatever. So Friday come when I go to work, and they gonna be out there again. I'm gonna get me another free T-shirt and get me another pin and get me a little either a hamburger or a cheeseburger or a hot dog, and that's it. And get a bag of chips. So they'll be out there again to celebrate their 1 year anniversary. So I remember when they broke the ground. It was all those forests and trees, and I don't live that far from the location, so it's like when they first cleared out that land, it was like this. What's that loud booming noise? Like they literally cleared out that whole entire land because there was nothing but trees. There was no houses or nothing. There was nothing there but the forest. So it's amazing how they cleared that up. And I remember when it was doing the construction to build it. So it was kind of like, I think at one point I did take a video of it, but I don't know if I got that video still. I'm going to have to look through and see if I ever have it in the Google videos. Maybe I deleted it. I don't know. That would have been at least, I think it took them at least maybe a little bit over 2 years. It was built up kind of quick, but it was at least 2 years it took them to build it. But they first had to go through DeKalb County and Gwinnett County Planning Board to get it approved, and they try to keep that a secret. So what you up to? Go ahead, Sally. What you doing? You driving, doing Instacart? What you up to? I haven't seen you in a couple of days. I know you probably be Look at that. They even send an email, a text message. Let's celebrate. Today marks the 1 year anniversary of ATL2. We'll be celebrating at shift change from 4 p.m. to 7. We will have free food, T-shirts, and some music for everyone. We appreciate all you do and want to recognize your hard work. If you work on back half or part time, we will be celebrating on Saturday, October 16th from 4 to 7. This celebration is from 4 p.m. to 7 on both days. Please participate before or after your shift and enjoy this off the clock. So they want you to do this off the clock. I'm number 3. Oh, okay. Oh, so you're doing Uber or Lyft or both. Now, Saturday, let me tell you. First of all, 4 to 7. Now, that means when the people get off at 6 o'clock and they all going to be coming out, they all going to be leaving out there all at once when the shift ends at 6 on Saturday. There'll be so many people out there. Let me tell you, there's going to be so many people out there because some people be waiting for the Uber and Lyft, waiting for their ride. Some people be going to the car. So that means if somebody wanted to stop and get a hot dog, that means a lot of those people who've already been working from that morning because they come in, they say they come in like 8. What time they come in? Let me see. 7, 6, 7, 8 o'clock. and they get off at 6 because they always work a 12-hour shift. So that means if they getting off at 6, that means they came in at 6 in the morning and or 5:30 in the morning, and they may get off at 6, or they came in at 7ish or whatever. So that means when they have that shift change on Saturday, and all those people coming out there, they ain't gonna make up. I don't know. Some people either gonna eat say, "Oh, I'm gonna give me a hot dog," or whatever. So they're not gonna serve any food if at around 4ish unless you coming in early. You work at 6 and say you get there at 4 o'clock, or say you get there 5:30, because it don't take that long to give out no rinky dink hot dog and a hamburger or a cheeseburger. They only give you one, so and then you gotta go. Who knows? That's why I went up there, to be nosy. I went up there because one, I didn't eat lunch, and I said, "Shoot, I wonder what they got." They said free food, so I went up there, drove up the street, got the T-shirt. I'm gonna show y'all. Let me go. Let me go because I had just finished eating some turkey wings. Ooh, it was so good. It was like um, baked turkey wings, and I had like gravy, and it makes its own gravy. And I had me some rice, and I had me a sweet. Well, I didn't eat the sweet potato. The sweet potatoes in the oven. So, and then I didn't make the kale, but the kale's in the freezer. It's like a frozen kale. So by the time I ate me that little bit of rice and that, I didn't eat the whole turkey wing. I ate like the flat part and the drum because I only cooked two whole wings, but I didn't eat that one whole wing. I just ate the flat. So it's like four pieces of wings, but I only ate one piece. So hold on a second. Let me see. I gotta check my sweet potato. I might try to eat that later on, depending on if I'm hungry. But I may eat that like a dessert. Sweet potato. Cut it in half, and put me some cinnamon and a little bit of butter. I may not even eat butter. I'm just gonna put cinnamon and eat it. But I don't know. Let me check before it gets all burnt up because it's in the oven. I'll be back in a minute. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. right, y'all, I'm back. Whew. Okay, so this is the t-shirt they gave for the 1 year anniversary. ATL2 happy anniversary number 1 year. So, and this is a large. So that's what they gave out. So I'll be getting another t-shirt on Saturday. So when I go to work, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, they're gonna have the other celebration. They didn't have it the whole week. They had it in the beginning of the week, and then they have it at the end of the week because the way how most people work, they either work Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then they got people who work either like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 12-hour shift, or they work like a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So that's how they have it. They have it like that. So they do it because the people who work during the beginning of the week, they'll be off on the other half of the week. So they do it in the beginning of the week and then at the end of the week. So basically everyone will have a chance to participate. So I went up there and I was not on the clock. I was off. So I said, let me see what they got going on. And I got my little t-shirt and the little pin. It's like a pin, like a little pin that looks like this box. The little Amazon thing. It's like a little pin. You see people wearing, they be having like a whole bunch of pins and stuff. I was like wondering how they got all those pins. It's not the same one. There's always different ones. So I guess it makes a good little collector's item. So I said, okay, let me get my little t-shirt. So I'm not going to wear to work, that way. But I'm going to get me another one too. From Saturday, I'm going to go up there. I probably, I always leave my house early. So I'll be up there probably like 5:30ish. Get my another little free hot dog or cheeseburger, little bag of chips and something to drink. And that way now I ain't gonna say that's gonna be my dinner for the whole day because I'll be working from 6 p.m. to 6:30. So, but that'll be a little something that I'll have to, I'll grab up some little free food that they were talking about. And then they're gonna have Chick-fil-A over there. Chick-fil-A is gonna be, I got a dentist appointment tomorrow. And Chick-fil-A is gonna be out there, not free. It ain't gonna be free Chick-fil-A. It's gonna, people they always have the catering where they go up there. And let me tell you what a ripoff it is too. It was like they would have the catering truck, and they would have $4 for the big cup of lemonade or tea. $4 just for the drink. $5 for the chicken sandwich. It don't come with no fries. I want to say they either give you they give you a cookie. Maybe they give you a cookie. $5 for one chicken sandwich, $4 for the drink. I was like, what kind of crap is that? Yeah, but see, normally, y'all know I eat Chick-fil-A. And I haven't been eating Chick-fil-A on a regular in a minute. I mean, it was a couple weeks ago when I got a breakfast sandwich, but it's been a little minute since I've really go to Chick-fil-A to eat Chick-fil-A, because whatever it is in that bread or whatever they, I don't know, they must have changed the ingredients, because I'm not saying it don't taste good, but it don't taste the same. And a couple of times I've ate Chick-fil-A, it literally blew up in my stomach and made me like, I know people say don't eat the bread. Bread ain't good for you to eat because carbs and stuff. But yeah, it is expensive. But if someone, and think about it, if they went to Chick-fil-A itself and got the chicken sandwich, the drink, and the medium fries, is $7 and some change. They go out to Chick-fil-A at the facility at Amazon selling the chicken sandwich and the drink. And I want to say they either give you a cookie. But they could have at least had um lunch boxes, have little boxes and just, sell them in little box and have the drink. Hey, Colas, have the drink and the sandwich and the cookie. Now, you can't really make the fries. I can understand the fries not being there, but $5 for one chicken sandwich, $4 for the drink? Nope. Oh, I'm talking about you ain't seen my little anniversary. I was talking about they had an anniversary 1 year since they built that location in Stone Mountain up the street. And I went up there today to see what they was doing. And I got my anniversary free t-shirt. Even though I was off today. And I was saying Saturday, they're gonna have it again on Saturday to cover the people who work during the week. During the week, they have their 1 year anniversary today, and then from 4 to 7, and then Saturday they're gonna have an anniversary where they're giving out free T-shirt, one hot dog or cheeseburger, little bag of chips, and a drink. So I went up there today because I'm in my class with Generation. So I didn't make no lunch, and I didn't finish cooking dinner. I just got to eating dinner. Turkey wing, ooh, it was so good, and some rice. The sweet potato still baked in the oven, but I may have to. I'm gonna see if I eat it later on tonight. If not, I'll eat it tomorrow. It's two sweet potatoes in the oven baking. So I was saying Saturday, Chick-fil-A comes out to Amazon and they sell dinner or lunch. And they bring the catering truck and they have an chicken sandwich, $5 just for the chicken sandwich, $4 for the large sweet tea or lemonade, and that's it. I was like, what kind of crap is that? When you go to Chick-fil-A up the street, which is not that far, it's only up the street on 78, you can get the meal, chicken sandwich, medium fry, and a drink, medium drink, for $7 and some change. They go to the catering and they sell it. People be buying it too. They'll buy it. So I was like, What do you mean you want to go? You want to go where? They said they're gonna have the food truck on Saturday coming out selling chickens, the meals. They didn't even bring no salad. That's the thing. They bring the chicken sandwiches. They make the chicken sandwiches, but they don't bring nothing else. No, I heard that. I heard people say that. Oh, buy the Boshi Brun from Aldi's and get the chicken the little chicken patties from Aldi, and you could put in an air fryer or oven or what. And it don't taste nothing like no Chick-fil-A. It is not the same. I seen people on YouTube trying to make chicken sandwich, talking about it tastes just like Chick-fil-A. No, it do not. Even if you had chicken breasts and you flour it and fry it, or it'll not taste the same. I'm sorry. Ain't nobody got no recipe. Let me tell you, Chick-fil-A used to use peanut oil at one time. Then they changed it. No, it is not the same. I'm sorry. It ain't the same. It is not. I've seen it. They try to, and I don't eat pickle. I don't eat pickle on no chicken sandwich. Every time I go to Chick-fil-A, I said I want no butter on the bread and no pickle. He made the copycat, but that don't mean it didn't taste the same. It did not taste the same. I'm sorry. What? All right, Colas. Well, I guess I'll see you tomorrow then. I did read your message too. Oh, I may have to build myself back up to that again. I may have to walk 5 miles around the mountain before I go up. I'm gonna have to build myself up. I'm gonna start doing it again. Um, I'm gonna start doing that again. I don't know. I may do it tomorrow. I'm not gonna walk up the mountain tomorrow. I'm gonna walk after I finish my class. But it's been getting dark now. I'm like, dang it, it's 8:12. It's already dark. I'm gonna have to see if I could if I leave, my class over at 7, so if I do Stone Mountain, I'm gonna have to go around, but I'm not gonna do all 5. If it's dark already like this, I'm not gonna stay out there that late. It depends, cause there be people still out there though. Yeah, I did that a couple months ago. I walked around the mountain. Nope. Mm-mm. You can't get lost, even if you. They that park. That park is very big. I haven't seen other parts of that park, like the duck boats. I haven't gone there. When you go on a boat, it turns into the lake like a boat, and then then as it gets out the water, it also goes on land. The one that time in Missouri that had that whole thing collapse on those people. That's the same company that runs it in Stone Mountain. It is. I just live one exit from it. All I need to do is just go, get on 78, and get off the very next exit. It's not even and I'll be right there at the park. It's literally, I don't can say my backyard, but as you go the side street, you can see the golf course and stuff. And I also want to do Arabian Mountain. That's going there past Stonecrest Mall as you go like Henry County, Panola State Park. That's a pretty park. So I've also walked Arabian Mountain. Arabian Mountain is not like Stone Mountain. It's like when you start walking, you won't never put it this way. You won't ever get to the Arabian Mountain. That's how big that is, and it's different. So that's a pretty park, but that's so secluded over there. I've done that too. But I'm gonna start walking again. Matter of fact, I'm gonna start walking probably this week. I'm gonna try to do it tomorrow. But if I do it tomorrow, I'm gonna try. I can't say I'm gonna do the whole 5 miles around because it depends on how dark it gets. But when the time changes, I try to do it earlier. Like if I start earlier, and then by the time I finish, and then it'll be dark. But if it gets dark at 7 o'clock and I'm just leaving at 7, I'm not gonna do that. I wish I could do it on the weekends, but for me to do it on the weekends, because I get off at 6:30 that morning, and after walking 5 miles around Amazon, because I got my Fitbit on, I literally walk 5 miles at least. So what I'm gonna start doing, what I used to do is Sunday. Sundays, my schedule when I used to walk through Stone Mountain would be on Sundays, like go in the afternoon, and then I do it another day during the week. Well, one day, Cole, if you come and visit, you just bring your little hiking boots. I'll go up there. We will go up there. There's also Kennesaw Mountain. So that's another one. But I've never been to Kennesaw Mountain. That's too far. It's not far, but I don't. I don't hear too many people talk about hiking Kennesaw Mountain. I said that when I do go up there one day, when I do it, I can't do live stream, but one day when I was gonna do a video, I was gonna make a video and download it. So watch out for that. I'm gonna do it before the end of this year is up for sure. So the thing about it, when you climb up Stone Mountain, you're only climbing up. I want to say going up that mountain is only a mile and a half, maybe 2 miles. But if you go up and then come back down, is I don't think it's 5 miles, but the altitude that you're going is pretty good. You get a good workout. Some people, I don't know what they're trying to prove. They will go around 5 miles around and then go up the mountain and come back down. I said that's too much. You know, you ain't gonna lose no more weight doing that. People think you lose weight, but you actually put in the shock to your body. You don't have to do. People be doing the most. You don't need to do all that. I tried to explain to someone one time. I said most, in terms of being healthy, it's more of what you eat. Exercise. You can't work out and exercise a bad diet. You can't eat unhealthy and then think you could exercise and sustain it. Your body's not gonna. You're not properly fueling yourself. You're not properly being efficient with your body if you eat junk and then try to work out and thinking you're gonna do it. Nope. Trust me. I've been told, with the trainers that I had in the past, I could tell a difference. And when I work out and I know I ate something bad, and they be like, "What you ate today, Chick-fil-A?" And then, and I be trying to work out with the trainer and be wondering why, I'll be tired or be like, "Oh God, I can't do it," because my body is not properly nourished to work out. So I wouldn't say they yelled at me, but they weren't like, I did group fitness. I did a boot camp with class, I did a couple of boot camps, trainers. They don't be they don't be acting like that, but they'll push you and motivate you. That is one thing I miss doing. It didn't make no difference. I would say one was better than the other. When you do a boot camp and you with other people, it's just like a regular class. But if you do like a personal trainers, sometimes they may have another person they training and everybody's, so it's not like there's a difference between a boot camp with a bunch of people than doing one-on-one training. Some of those trainers, they be trying to, you know, train you with someone else, so you doing different. It depends. It depends on the training and how it's set up. Every person I had as a trainer, they've been pretty good. Some of them pretty good. Some of them I had to fire, but I would never hire personal training at LA Fitness. I would never go to a gym or Planet Fitness. They'd be saying we got trainers. I would never. I would not hire a trainer at a gym. Half the time they be trying to put you on a machine. I said I could do this myself. You know, so I don't mess with trainers at the gym. I would find someone who said they have a gym, a personal training, and I would hire them. How much did it cost? It depends. I don't know. I mean, every person that I've had more than one trainers throughout the years. Some people were, so many months, and I may pay, but see, I pay. Let me tell you how I usually do mine, and this is maybe something I would probably discuss. I have my HSA account, health savings account, and when my insurance, so I have put money aside in the HSA account, and say I'm going to set aside $1,400 to cover medical expense. It also included for me training. As long as it was a medical necessity, so you need to lose weight, then I had money set aside and I paid trainers that way. And you could pay your gym membership too with the HSA, as long as you get the doctor to write a medical necessity. Yep, you could pay personal training and gym membership with an HSA account. All you gotta do is have them write you a letter saying it was a medical necessity. You go to the doctor. Oh, you need to lose some weight. You need to train. That's how I end up. I've been going to the nice gyms. I go right there. I went to Lifetime Fitness, not the one in Duluth, but it was another one. It was a private. They only had 200 members could be in there. It used to be the Atlanta Tennis Club, and they had a school for people to those kids who play tennis professionally. Um, and they had personal trainers. They had class. Ooh, it was the nicest gym ever. It was the most beautiful gym. The one in Peachtree Corners, not the one in Duluth. I know Erica go to the one in Duluth, but I didn't like that one. It was considered a platinum membership, and that's when I went. There was one in Sandy Springs, and there was one in up there in Johns Creek. So, and I could go, and that's how I paid for my personal training. That's how I paid because that was my money. It wasn't like they give you for free. That was part of that was part of my insurance, and that's how I set mine up. I always get an HSA account. Matter of fact, when I go to the dentist tomorrow, I got to make sure that I got money on that HSA card that was taken out of my account because I signed up when I got Amazon. But these insurance ain't like it used to be. It wasn't. It ain't like it used to be. They put limits on that now. That would do the tax law changes and stuff. They put I got I don't have Cigna. I got Aetna. They're all the same. All those companies negotiate the the rates and how much they're gonna pay and how much you pay and how much you could but how much you set aside in your HSA account, that's set. That was set by the IRS. You can only put so much in there like you used to. Before they changed it, you used to be able to put $5,000 that was not taxed aside for HSA account. And then they reduced it. I can't remember what the amount is now, but then it's reduced. So it ain't like it used to be. Let me tell you. Besides, I wouldn't even go out anywhere and do no personal training or go to no gym. I'm not going to LA Fitness, even though I love to go to the pool. I love the pool. That's the only reason why I really have a gym membership was to go to use their pool so I could do the pool workout and run in the pool and do the weights. COVID, that's why. I'm not going up in there. People be all up on there. Nope. It's gonna be a minute before you see me at a regular gym. And I don't even know they had classes anymore. I don't even remember if LA Fitness have classes. My push-up days are gone. There people still go to the gym. I drive by LA Fitness and Planet Fitness and see cars in the parking lot, but not as much like I used to. Now, when they first opened it up, it was a lot of cars, but when I go there, I don't see that many. I mean, I still see cars, but not like that. And besides, they're not even caring about wiping down the machines and stuff like they used to. I could do yoga right on that bike. You see that bike right there? They got classes right up on that screens. I might be doing that tonight when I get off from y'all. I ain't gonna be here long. I'm gonna go right up in there and turn that screen around and do my weight training and probably do stretching. I don't know if I'm gonna do yoga. I need to clear out this back area and roll out that mat. But I'm gonna do well, I don't know all about that. Now you making that up. Ain't nobody coughing nobody's face. You know people gonna break out in a fight. Ain't nobody doing that. They may cough and be on the machine, but ain't nobody coughing people's face. You telling that lie, Colas. Ain't nobody gonna be coughing in nobody's face. If somebody's doing that to be funny, they gonna get punched in the face. And usually they not doing that just to be, just no, ain't nobody doing that. I've done yoga. I've done yoga. I need to do it again, but I gotta go back from the basics now. I gotta start all over again from the basics. Man, as a fact, Wayfair gave me that card a year ago for different classes. I need to go up and check it out because I still got it. I haven't even used it. It gave me 25 sessions. I need to check and see which 25 sessions and which gym I could use them at. It was for health. It was for a fitness center and spas, and I still got that thing right on my desk in the other room. I never used it. See, I'm not trying to do these hard workouts like that no more. I don't need to be doing no hit and all that burpees and jumping up. I need to focus more on strength training, yoga, and flexibility. You know, all that running and all that. I don't need to do that no more. I need to build on my strength, build on being toned, and work on flexibility in yoga and stretching. All that days of me running and running and all that stuff. Nope. I know people who used to do that. I had a friend even years ago. It was like a group of us. We'd go to LA Fitness and we would do all this kind of workout and exercise and all that stuff and spinning. Now I'll still do spinning. Now spinning class, I could work strength and cardio. That's why it's so hard for me to go on that bike and do spinning because I'll be like, after 10 minutes, I'll be, ooh. So I have to take mine in real small increments and build myself back up like I used to do it. Because I used to really do it. But now, after that dang COVID, that year and a half, going on 2 years, and people been sitting at home, you gotta start all over again. Cause I got on that bike and I be like, dang, I used to be able to get on a spin bike, but when I first started spinning, it took me time to build up. It wasn't something that came easily. I did that on a consistent 3 days a week, and I was consistent, and I built up, built up, built up. But I should go on there now, but I have to. Let me see. I'm gonna have to change my clothes. I don't know if y'all can see me from over there. Let me see. Hold on a second. I'm gonna put my sneakers on. I know I ain't gonna do this in no dress. Let me demonstrate for y'all real quick. Dang, I need to find my pants. I can't work out in no dress. Let me see if I could do it. Let me see if y'all can see me in the back. My goal is to walk 4 miles on my treadmill each day. You do it, Blue Truth? Or you just saying you doing it? Let me see if y'all can see the profile. Ooh, look at this. Oh, y'all can't see that. It's too much light. God dang it. Wait a minute. All right. What the hell they talking about? They changed companies, right? To this new company that I was paying a monthly subscription for. And I said, um, I was paying a monthly membership every month, and then I came to log on. I said, "What am I? Y'all already built me and had my information. You gotta make sure they're not billing me. I'm not gonna be built twice. They changed it a little bit, but let me look at something. Oh, 7 of y'all in here. Thanks. I had that since. Y'all know when I bought that bike. They changed the company that they use to do the classes. I gotta find that email. I'll just find it later. I don't hold my chat up. I'm about to just do TV and turn off phone. What do you mean you're on here 2 times? I don't understand what you're saying, Sharky Felt. 2 times what? Oh, Lord. But anyways, I started doing my personal website after I'm trying to learn the code. So I'm getting there, y'all. I said I'm going to do my own personal website. So right now I need to get the pictures and then learn the other parts. Oh, okay. I am really tired. I ain't gonna be on here long because last night I was on here almost 3 hours. So I ain't gonna stay here long. I already been here for an hour. Hmm. Well, that's okay. But anyways, so that's pretty much what I've been doing. Like I said, Saturday evening with all that confusion with the stations and stuff. And I didn't do nothing Sunday other than code, studying my code and all those other things. So they want me to do a review on chia seeds. I bought me some chia seeds on Amazon. It's right here. I need to tomorrow because I got me some almond milk that I need to drink. The vanilla almond milk. I'm gonna make me a green smoothie. I already got the kale, but I got the frozen bag of kale. I took that out the freezer, so it's in the refrigerator. So I'm gonna make my green smoothie tomorrow. I'm gonna put a little bit of chia seeds, the kale, almond milk, and some of that frozen fruit I got in the freezer. And I'm gonna make me a smoothie for my breakfast tomorrow. So that's gonna be my beginnings of my healthy eating. Because let me tell you, they say it's getting notorious out there with these food shortages going on. And then now, um, I don't know what the hell's going on, but I know one thing. I looked at my the stock market thing took a. I don't know if the stock market was open today. I thought it was closed because it is a federal holiday. Damn, Bitcoin went down. Well, no, Bitcoin went up, but I only got $25 of Bitcoin, so now it's $229.96. But the stock market, on the other hand, Where is it? It's still 268 and 17 cents. It went down. Well, it ain't go down that bad. 0.04% down. Yeah, that ain't that bad. Let me see. I'm trying to look at the individual. Yeah, they were talking about some of these countries, even now, is running over with the energy um, crisis going on in China, and then England. It was saying the gas prices said it was jumped up today. I swore when I drove by today, the gas was almost $3. I was like, what? $3? It was like 270 something a couple days ago, and I was like, dang. But see, the thing about it is that I have gas in both my vehicles, so and I don't really go too far anymore. I really don't go far anywhere. So I said I'm gonna I said, shoo. I'm so glad I could drive up the street and come right on back home. But I need to get my oil changed before winter. Make sure y'all get your oil change and maintenance on your car before the winter. So I'm gonna take that little 1990. No, actually they owe me a free oil change for the Nissan. So I'm gonna take that car up there, make my appointment tomorrow, and then make my appointment, get my oil change, rotate the tires, because they talking about a dang. Let me see. Let me go online and see what that deal was like. Some dang. Let me see. Gas prices. Look at it. Uh oh. The main headline news on CNN.com. Gas prices skyrocket as the global energy crisis worsens. Americans are facing sticker shock at the pump, and it's not the U.S. that's in the driver's seat. Soaring energy price could force UK factories to close. Ooh, ooh. Energy costs rise in global crunch. Chinese coal prices hit record high and power cuts continue. So basically, if y'all haven't been following up what's going on internationally, China is going through an energy crisis that factories are closed. They closing it down to only be open like 4 days a week. They were saying during the daytime they want people to turn off the electricity and stuff in China because there's a shortage of energy because of coal and stuff. And then England, the gas, and it because they shortage of gas, but it was like they didn't have enough drivers to deliver the gas, and now, and this been a couple. This was at least a couple of weeks ago. So, hmm, ugh. Here's why Democrats should be worried about the next election. Another bad news poll for Democrats. And Trump just eating this shit up too. It's like you think that you think 4 years had already passed. It's not even a year yet. And they already got it like Trump already gonna come back to be the president in 4 years from now. I was like, I don't know what to believe. I don't even know what to believe. I don't know because people have to understand before this COVID thing, and I don't think it has nothing to do with COVID really. The economy was already going to go through it. This has already been determined that a recession and an economic catastrophe was going to happen. Not to this magnitude, but that was already something already in the making. This is not something, I don't know, maybe gory-eyed beast. You know, Reagan was much older than that, so it's not like Trump being 78. You know, Reagan was one of the oldest presidents. Let me see how old Reagan was before. I don't know what to believe. I mean, well, I don't know what's going to happen. You know, like I said, we haven't even completed 1 year. And you don't even know. And people already, they just like, oh, the Democrats, they're just, it's like people are reactionary. That's all that is. They reactionary because of, oh, if Afghanistan, you see, nobody talk about that much no more. Well, I don't think it has nothing to do with being a millionaire or nothing like that. It's about if someone's able to lead. It ain't about being a millionaire, billionaire, or whatever. That ain't got nothing to do with the presidency and how you run it. That depends on what the values and the fact that number one, Reagan was able to come in because one, he was an actor. Two, he was able to speak the game that people wanted. Jimmy Carter was the president, and they was going through the oil crisis, blackouts, the lowest. When Jimmy Carter, they had the Iran, they didn't release those people. He negotiated all the way to the last second before his presidency ended. And when the second Reagan became president, they released those hostages in Iraq or Iran, whichever one. Iran. They had the oil issue crisis. What else they had going on in the 70s? High inflation, unemployment. It was a whole bunch of disaster with Jimmy Carter when he was president. It was a whole bunch of things. I mean, I was young, so I can't, I was very young. But it was times people were pushing cars, they couldn't get gas, and it was like unemployment. It was a whole bunch of things going on in the 70s. A whole disaster went on. Unemployment was up to was up to the yang yang. It was nothing Jimmy Carter could have really done to fix what he needed to do in 4 years. Because number one, he inherited that same mess, Vietnam War, the hostage crisis, previous presidents, from Nixon taking the U.S. off the gold standard, from the corruption. Nixon said, nope, I'm just going to, he says, you ain't got Nixon to kick around no more. He left, Trump did more egregious things with that election that most people want to admit, and they're not going to admit it. They're not going to admit it. Watergate. I mean, it's like the history is repeating itself, but this is like a whole different kind of I'm not saying it's the same thing what's going on, but because I haven't really studied history like that. I mean, I know history, but I haven't really, I can't say it's the same thing happened before. It's just, it's like it's something different. I don't know. Then you bring in the coronavirus in it and the world economy and everything else going on, and it's just different. It ain't the same. You know, all these YouTube people I see on YouTube, they was like, "Eh, the market is still people still making money on Wall Street. They getting rich, but people losing their jobs and people just it's like these negative nannies up on YouTube. They all saying the same old stupid narrative over and over again. It's gonna be a collapse. Everything's gonna collapse, and people, most people made million. Most people who made money, or millionaires, or who billionaires, they made money during the economic downturn. Elon Musk already, you know, trolling Bezos, saying he gonna be the richest in the world. He says I'm catching up. That was on the CNN headline news. Him talking about he gonna be, Tesla, and he gonna be the richest man in the world. You know, who cares? Who cares? I'm gonna be in space first. I'm gonna be in space first. I'm gonna be, they ain't got nothing to do. So you don't see these people who billionaires and stuff. Um, you don't see them panicky about money. You don't see them panicky. Yeah, they gonna lose billions of dollars, but that's paper money. That's on paper for these companies. The stock market going up and down. Hey, Shelly Shell. The stock market going up and down, and all kind of stuff. You have to be thick skinned. You got to be very thick skinned and hold on. You know, inflation and all these prices of food and everything in the 70s, it's gone worse. The 80s, 1987 crash, all these stuff has gone worse in the years. And then, you know, right now, people are about, oh, there'll be food shortages and stuff. All this stuff that's happening now with the food shortage, the weather, the climate, and things not growing, and the forest burning down, and people can't grow food and water and drought. That ain't something that just happened in no 4 years when Trump was in office or a certain president. That stuff been build up after build up after build up. This $1 trillion debt that the United States entered has been like that every single presidency from the time this country was born. We owe debt. We had bought, we borrowed, this United States when it was the colonies and stuff, they had to fight for their independence. Who do you think they got money from? They borrowed money then from the French. They borrowed money, had Haiti, which was one of the richest countries back in the days when they had, people came in there and helped the United States become what it is, borrowing money then. They're talking about we need taxes, we need to do taxes. And people protested then. They protested about paying taxes way back then when they first talked about it. Taxation without representation. You know? They broke away from, they broke away from England because they was talking about they taxing us, they tax everybody. It was all about money. Everything about the United States history and the whole entire history of United States and every places in these empires and worlds was all about money. You know, there were tax collectors in the Bible. My job is in the Bible of being a tax collector. You know, they collected the coins and the money. So all this stuff going on now, what can you do? What can you really do? What they said, what is it they say that if you're not a good steward of money and you squander it or whatever, God will show you. God will bring you down to your knees. It says what? In God we trust. That little dot on that money is in God we trust. As long as you could trust, you can make a dang this bottle could be a dang cash. If they want to make this bottle cash and use it as a trading mechanism to buy goods and services, and they say, okay, this could be considered cash. You know? So I don't know. All I know is with the prices going up and things being scarce and food flying off the shelves and people, can't afford to buy groceries, and they were saying um, winter is coming. And see, if you didn't start prepping for your food now, like I started prepping right before the Dollar Tree. I haven't gone to the Dollar Tree yet to see if they actually not a dollar anymore. But when I went to the Dollar Tree, what did I do? What did y'all see me do? I was buying little cleaning items when it was a dollar, stocking up, not hoarding, but stocking up, cleaning supplies, cleaning things and stuff. I don't need to buy not one cleaning item no more. I don't need to buy none. I got so much cleaning stuff. It's ridiculous. I mean, it's not a whole lot that I've seen on YouTube. Some people got a whole closet, shelves worth of, top to bottom and everything. I mean, I ain't have nothing like that. But for me, by myself, one person, I have enough cleaning supplies. You know, I have enough cleaning supplies. I'll be all right. Sometimes I looked at the when I was looking through my little stash supplies, I was like, dang, I already bought me some borax and I already got me a whole thing of borax. And I still got that bleach that can make 78 gallons. All I gotta do is dilute it with water. So, you know, I got the micro cleaning cloths. I don't need to buy paper towels to clean. I can just do things, you know. So I got my little stash. I made me some my dinner was the turkey wings. And I made two. I baked with, ooh, it was so good, y'all. It was like that little onions, sauteed onions in the turkey wings, and I just ate not the whole wing, but I had two big wings. I ate one piece of it, the flat and the drumstick part, and I just ate the flat part. And then tomorrow when I eat dinner, I'll eat the second part, and then I have another chicken wing, not chicken wing, turkey leg or turkey wing. I have dinner for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, possibly Thursday, unless I eat the whole wing tomorrow. But no, I ain't gonna eat all that tomorrow. It'll be already ate. Yep. So I have to ration my food. You know, if I cook something, I say, oh, let me go ahead and put this up in the refrigerator. Put them in the, don't leave it on the stove and don't be throwing away rice. Cause sometimes I eat rice and I'll be like, um, I said, man, this thing is stale. Oh, but not stale, but I said, oh, I need to throw this rice out. I can't be throwing away food like that. I need to start, putting that stuff up in some bowls, make me some meal plans, and just say, okay, make those little meal plans, the little plates and stuff, and say, okay, this is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and put them in the refrigerator. And then when I go to lunch or when I work Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I have meals already made because I went there and had brought no dinner the other day, and I went to that machine, had my little phone with the Apple Pay, and I went and bought that. It was $5 and something cent for that cheeseburger inside of this in the vending machine, and bought me a little bag of chips. I was like, what? Shoot, nope. I could have kept that six. I could have kept that little $6 and some change. But I said, nope, this time I'm gonna make my meals. When I make my next meal, I think I'm gonna make let me see. I ain't got no tomato sauce. So all I need to do is go to the store, buy me some tomato sauce or some I think Publix got their BOGO sales started tomorrow. Publix have their BOGO, and I did the coupon. I could clip the coupons online. I think they had the tomato sauce or spaghetti sauce, buy one, get one free. So I'm going to go to the store tomorrow at Publix and just buy me a few. Oh, yeah. I had put those other. Remember, I went to the farmer's market when I went to the Camp Farmer's Market. Remember, I told you I was going to buy some turkey wings. Why did I watch somebody's video yesterday? They lived in North Carolina, though. They went to look for turkey. They only had one turkey left. She about the big one. You know, the regular. She started buying her stuff for Thanksgiving. She started buying her Thanksgiving meals for the holiday. Because they ain't had no turkey. They ain't had no whole turkey. So if y'all go to the supermarket, I don't know, some people don't eat turkey. I don't eat turkey. Yeah. But people start buying turkey wings and turkey legs. So rather than buying the whole big turkey, cooking all day, running up your gas bill, people start buying turkey wings. So I don't like freezing my food like that. I mean, I'm gonna go on Amazon and I'm gonna find me some real good food storage planning meal kits. I don't want to buy that plastic. I want to buy the glass ones, the one that's really, really good. Because I be, and then I need to clean up the refrigerator too. But I need to buy me I want to buy me some more meal planning. I want to buy a real good one. So when I start making my meals, I could start rationing it out and putting them in. Then I could store. I think if you don't store it right and you do meal plan and you put them in the freezer, sometimes it don't taste good. Sometimes it be in that little cheap looking plastics and stuff that you buy. Sometimes I think it makes the food don't taste good. So if I could find me a real good one and I know I could take it out and they'll be like, oop, it tastes just like fresh. But you gotta buy some good containers. If it ain't good containers, it's usually not good. I don't know. So because it's hard to put, I got me some two baked sweet potatoes in the oven now. I'm not even hungry. I ain't even gonna eat it. I'm gonna eat it tomorrow though. That's for sure. That'll make my good lunch tomorrow. It's like a big sweet potato, and I could put me some cinnamon. I don't even need to put butter on it because it's so sweet. And cinnamon is good for diabetes and it helps you with your blood sugar levels. And sweet potatoes is pretty good too. So once I eat that big sweet potato, I eat a half of it because it's big. When I bought them, I could cut that in half, and then I could eat one half for lunch, and then I could eat the other half for dinner when I eat my turkey leg, the other part. So now I found me some good green tea the other day. It was oh shoot, I thought I had the thing down here. It was the Arizona green tea peach flavor. It was diet. It had 0 calories, zero sugar, zero nothing. And I was so surprised that it tasted so good. It was like, oh my God, I bought it was on sale at Publix. Buy one, get one free, BOGO. And I had bought the fruit punch, and then I said, let me try this diet green tea with peach. First of all, I thought it was only green tea. And then I saw that it was peach. I said, oh shoot. Because I normally don't like peach. I like to eat peach, but I was surprisingly it was delicious. I was like, oh my God. Matter of fact, I'm about to go downstairs to get me something to drink. I'll be back because I still got the sweet potato in the oven. All right, y'all talk amongst yourself. I'll be back in a minute. All right, I'm back. I know I said I was gonna save this sweet potato for tomorrow, but it was calling my name, y'all. Look at this. Besides, look at this. I got me some sprinkles, some cinnamon, and it is so sweet and delicious. You know, it's like eating a dessert, but it's a vegetable. Mm-mm. I love me some sweet potato. I'm gonna have to go to the farmer's market tomorrow and buy me some more. This is good for the diabetes. It helps me regulate the sugar with the cinnamon. I ain't got no butter on there either. I don't really buy butter, but if I buy butter, like real butter, not crock pot, not cracker barrel, not cracker. What do you call it? Not the you know what I'm talking about. Not margarine, not butter. Country crock, country crock. That's not real butter. When people say, "Yeah, that's not butter," and that's not margarine. Matter of fact, one of the favorite things that my grandmother and my mother really they make sweet potato pies. Ooh wee! It'll be sweet potato pies made from scratch, or they would make it's the crustless where it's like raisins inside of the sweet potato, and it's like a little um crustless pie. They call it poon. You know, it's I can't see. There's certain things they say. What's that poon? That's like that's like a low countries, Charleston's down in the low country talk when they say poon. That's what they would call sweet potato. I think that's what they said. Poon. It's poon, but it's referencing sweet potato. And a lot of these terms and stuff that I used to hear growing up as a child, you know, how it's like you could actually go back and date it back to like African, French sayings and stuff. Or when they say Geechee, you know, that's a traditions of things passed along. But when I go to the farmers market, even at Van Dam, they have things that's it's actually something different. And I've been seeing a lot of African people. I was like, what they getting? You know, it's like a potato, but it don't look like the regular tomato you see. But if you ever go to the Cat Farmers Market, or if you remember my video, they have all these different kinds of root vegetables. That's what these are, root vegetables. And yams and sweet potato. It's similar, but it's not the same. But mostly African and people they eat sweet potatoes. That's not something that's so you know how like my grandfather would say when they had make sweet potato pie, don't try to pass pumpkin pie as sweet potato pie because you could tell the difference. People say, "What's this?" We don't buy no. You know how black folks they don't make no pumpkin pie. You will never see no black person. I think I talked about this last year. I think I had this discussion with y'all. I was talking about that. I think I said the same thing last year about pumpkin pie and sweet potato pie. Because it's right around this time of the year that I always buy sweet potatoes. I can make candied yams, which is cut up sweet potato with the butter and put cinnamon, and you could bake it like yams. They call it candied yams. Hey, see Henner, but sweet potato casserole and see, it wasn't even that much. See, I'm almost finished eating. I already ate my dinner. See, I ate real good today, y'all. I had that D nuts. You talking about you eat Chick-fil-A fast food every day. See, I would have showed y'all my nice succulent baked turkey wing that I made with the onions and made its own gravy. Ooh, it was so delicious. And I had that with rice, by the way. I had that with rice. Now I could have ate the kale, but I didn't make the kale. It was in the freezer and I didn't feel like sauteing it. And I was like, let me eat this little bit of food first. So I knew I had the sweet potato baking in the oven. So I'm stuffed now. I can't eat no more. Let me wrap this up. Can't be throwing away no food. So that was delicious. I know Dorian, you be wanting me to do cooking demonstrations again, but I don't have enough sufficient light in my kitchen to be doing that. So I'll do it eventually. But I need me some efficient light in my kitchen. And I can't do live streaming on my phone anymore because I don't have the 1,000 subscribers. So that's the reason why I can't do live demonstrations. Because my phone doesn't do live stream. Now I could tape it, but it's gonna be real hard to. I'm off on Monday. I don't work on weekdays. I only work Thursday, Friday, Saturday at Amazon. And I take my class. You know, I was telling you, see Hannah, you just coming back. I give you the update. I'm taking this class, do this nonprofit organization. It's free for 15 weeks. Learning web software development. So here's tea, but it's mostly water. Made it myself. What? These nuts? What you jumping on here? So I made my yep. So I had made the turkey wings. And let me tell you, when I went to the farmer's market and bought those spices, it makes a big difference. I bought fresh ground pepper, fresh garlic, fresh everything at the farmer's market. I seasoned that food. I could taste the freshness of I could taste the freshness of the black pepper, seasoning, garlic, onion powder, the poultry seasoning. It made a whole big difference. Yep, and it was free too. Anybody interested in learning, let me know. Send me your email because send me your email because they asked me send emails. Anybody was interested in learning, I get a gift card. So if you know any friends, children, teenagers, or people who need to go to school or learn, let me know. So when I put those spices on that chicken wings, even when I started cooking with those spices I bought, I could taste the real pepper. I could taste the real spices. It made a whole big difference in my food because no, but there's a code. There's a You can learn Python. You can learn Python because they do the Code Academy. So once you learn HTML, CSS, um, JavaScript, Java, if you learn those languages, you pretty much could learn Python. But you could learn Python for free as well. They're not going to do it, but you could teach it. You could do it on your own. That's what I'm doing. So they teach all the other languages because you can learn Python, but see if you learn JavaScript, which is in demand, if you learn JavaScript, you can learn Python. But T Twisted Lock, go ahead send me your email. Send me your email, and then it's um it's free. It's Monday through Friday. Um, we haven't got to that lesson yet, but I've been learning. We just this is my third beginning of the third week. So come Wednesday, we're gonna be doing the GitHub first. GitHub and Git. Then once we learn that, then we're gonna go to JavaScript. But I'm currently learning HTML, CSS through Free Code Academy, which I've done 4 years ago. I was trying to teach it myself, learn it myself, rather. And when I said, I already got a GitHub account, and then I saw that I was already starting to learn. So, and it's really good too. It's free, ain't got to pay for no classes. And they help you find a job, and they also help you if you want to further your education too. So, but JavaScript is the preference of languages to learn because all of them, they were saying how not they but in general they were saying learning JavaScript because most web pages and web development is run on HTML and CSS, and then you learn JavaScript. Python is nothing but a natural language. It's not as hard as I thought it was, but I'm still learning. But 15 weeks, you pretty much get into it. But I never seen your name before anyway. Twins and Lock, Twist and Lock. Where you from originally? Just go. I'm gonna put it in the Yeah, just send me your information to my email. But this is the just the organization. Generation.org. Okay. Well, you know what? I'm in the Denver cohort. They call it cohorts, right? So in Denver, because they have a 2 hour time difference, my class is from Monday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. It's all online in Zoom. Next month in November, they're going to start the Atlanta cohort. And that was the one that I thought I was going to get in. I was going to wait and say, no, I'll wait till we open up. But I said, no, let me do it now while I had the opportunity. And so I started the Denver cohort. They have an Atlanta cohort that's supposed to start. What? There ain't no surprise. I'll talk about that in a minute, but well, you can learn. Well, just send me your email. I'll send you some links and resources in terms of how you could do it too. But um, you could actually go to Code Academy and learn it on your own because that's the platform they're teaching it on. So it was a lot of different ones too. There was some other organizations and programs that I came across. They was matter of fact, they was calling me today, but I don't think it was free. And I'm not trying to go to no WIA program and find a grant to do it, But what do you do? Twist and locks. What do you do? You say you work full time. Where you work at full time? I'm gonna talk about that issue with the Raiders, and let me tell you the reason why I don't really like how they did that. I didn't know he got fired, but let me tell you why. Let me tell you why that's kind of messed up. Because I was like, what? He said some racial slur 10 years ago, but then when I went back and read it, he didn't say the N word. He didn't say nothing. I didn't think it was racial. I didn't think it was a racial derogatory. He said that he has, what he said, bubble lips or something. But he wasn't implying to say it was black folks with bubble. They see. Let me tell you the reason why people be getting a little bit too. I'm in IT, identified access management. Oh, okay, well, maybe you could still see what other things you could do, but you just have to have access to. You don't go to a physical college or location. You just have to be online in a computer, and they do everything through Zoom. So maybe you could do it in conjunction of working and kind of doing it on the side. I don't know. I just know they have a cohort started in Atlanta with Verizon. That's the initiative because it's a nonprofit organization. No, not really, because sometimes I know, like on Fridays and certain days, sometimes they'll end it early. It's self paced. It's like you learning on your own and then you're also doing it with the instructor. But um, I'll send you some information. You can learn Python on your own. You can also go, let me put it in here, aws.com. You can learn AWS and they teach you part, and you could do it self training. And the other way you can learn Python, I had recently signed up for this app on the phone called Mimo.com, because let me put it in here. I'm gonna put a link in there, and you can learn Python on this app. And one of the things they teach is $29. I just got it for 29. Well, they charged me $39, but I sent them a message. I said, the thing said it was a special for $29.99. They charged me $39.99, but they teach you pro Python. So let me send you the link. I appreciate if you want to learn Python on your own, and it's really good because I'm doing it. I'm doing extra study so I can learn and pick up. But let me get this link, and then you can learn Python like that too. Mimo, Mimo. Okay. Okay, Tips and Locks. I sent in the chat, I put a link and you could learn Python on this company. This company is based in some European country, but I downloaded the app today. I was doing it for free to learn Python, and then it also allows you to learn JavaScript, Python, and you could actually practice on your phone, and it's really good. I was like, what? So just check that out. It's called Mimo, and then when you click on it, you could go to the app. You don't have the iPhone. You can also download it from your Google store, and you learn. It got all these lessons that you learn step by step, and it's really good. It's just like the one at Code Academy. Not the same, but it's like real self-paced, and you could practice and learn it on your own. And at the end, you actually do real projects too. You do about 4 or 5 projects, and at the end, you get a certificate. And then you actually have projects that you could actually show and you work on real life projects. And then you could learn the code. And then they have something with this school called Lambda. But I'm not trying to spend no money on no other. I mean, there's a lot of organizations and companies and stuff. They be charging for the boot camp 5,000. Yeah, it's really good. All that time I was going on free code to learn for free, even though it's using their browser. But I started going on here. Yeah, it's a lot of free stuff, but a lot of those free stuff um, really don't give you projects to do, like real life projects to practice. That's what you have to learn. You have to learn it by actually doing it, not looking at videos and because you're not gonna really learn it that way. You actually learn by doing it. So, but yeah, check it out. I just paid for it today. They had the special, and I sent them a message. I said, "This thing, they'll let you try it out for free for a week. Then when you go through it, you can look it up, and then if you want to do it, you can pay the yearly membership, which is like $29. I got it for $39.99, but they're gonna have to give me $10 back because I saw it was a different price. So, but it's pretty good. I like it because sometimes I'll be learning on my computer, and then I'll be learning. Then I'll be in bed looking. And then I'll be doing it too on the phone. And sometimes stuff be free. It be free just to teach you just a little bit. They teach you just a little bit, and then they'll pop up and says, "Oh, if you want to continue, it's going to be $1,300." There was one person boot camp. It was this black guy on YouTube. He started a program, and he was self-taught the code and things like that by himself. And then he said he'd do career counseling. And that's the cheaper price. That $1,300, that's on the cheap end. These other places I saw, they wanted 5,000, 3,800. This one white guy, he was a French guy. He started a program for women only, She Code. I went to the thing last night to go, to look at his webinar. Then he said, "Oh, I got a gift. It's 25% off." And he was still talking about $3,800 for 2 months. And I was like, what? And then when I looked at the, what you learned, I said, I could do that on Code Academy and learn that for free with Generation And then if I wanted to, and they'll pay you for the pro version. They when you in that generation, they pay for the pro version. But even the pro version for the year is like maybe $99 or something. Now, don't let the pandemic. Well, it's Code Academy. There's not. It's Code. This is the platform they use. But sometimes the names be similar. That's the one that we use, the pro version. They pay for it. The nonprofit organization pays for it, and that's how I'm learning. But there's really no. You don't really need to go to a class and learn. Because the General Assembly, the one on Ponce de Leon across the street from the Whole Food, I looked into that a couple years, 3 years ago now. It's been at least 4 years. They want, I don't know how much they thing costs anymore. They wanted a lot of money, $25,000. It was like Georgia Tech and Emory. They offer, Emory continuing education, but I don't know if they don't offer that. They teach you theories. No, pretty much. No, because the way they look at it is they say they could guarantee you, they could say they guarantee you that they'll place you in a job that's making, 80,000 plus a year, entry level, 90,000 or whatever, depending where you live. And some of them got the whole, now this is the catch. This is what they do now. They have it where they will defer. You don't pay until you find a job. And you sign an agreement that if you found a job, that basically they get 20% of your salary and you pay them off that way. So if you're making $80,000 a year, you are signing an agreement. Yeah, but who gonna give up? Who gonna give somebody a large chunk of your money in your salary to do that? And then the requirements to get into the program, they want you to have experience before they hire, before they put you in the program, in the boot camp. They want you to, okay, then you got to take a test and see, because if you, they figured that if you're not capable of learning or getting in the field or being hired, they're not going to choose you. That's why it took so long for me to get to find a good program for me to go. I've tried so many ways to get in to learn. So when I heard about this program on the radio, Generation, and I looked it up, I signed up, took their little test, and they said, which program are you interested in? And I said, I do full stack software development, which is the front end and the back end. And that's because they also have the one when you can learn front end too. But, and so far, they teach you not just learning the code, they teach you soft skills. They always have career building. Today we did, someone from the alumni service came by. She was from Atlanta. And they were saying after the program ends, they even help you look for an apprenticeship, a career job. They help you with your resumes. They help you with everything. If you want to continue on with your education, they help you with that and everything. Well, that's why we have the cohort, and that's why when we start learning the code, we are going to be in these teams of different people in my class. And some people live in Atlanta. We said we could form a study group, and we could all be online, and we could help each other. So you have the instructors and the TAs to help you. So you're not learning on your own. I'm not sitting there like learning to code on my own. That's why it's an actual classroom setting via Zoom, and you do asymmetric learning and symmetric learning. Asymmetric learning means they say, okay, y'all work on your own and work on your project, and then if you have any questions, let us know. And then you come together as a group and you sitting there and listen. You're sitting there while they're going over the lessons too. So, and I found that to be way much better than I was trying to do it on my own. But these and the two people who's an instructor, they went to Georgia Tech and learned um, web development through Georgia Tech. And you could go to Georgia Tech and learn web development, but they want, I don't know. Now, this was a few years ago. Their program was like 5,000, 6,000. I don't know how much it is. I haven't looked it up recently, but I want to say it was, I don't even think it was 5,000. I don't know how much it is. I know it ain't free. That's for sure. I know it was a good 10,000. It was. They got programs you can learn. You can go there if you want. Georgia Tech, continuing education. Um, you may see what kind of schedule they have. They may have it where you come in on a Saturday and you there all day. 2 days and 2 nights a week, and I don't know. Like I said, I tried looking into those programs and Georgia. Those programs they're offering it, but Teresa ain't got no $7,000, $8,000. And even if I did have it, I ain't. I didn't want to do that. And then with the coronavirus happened, so now I think a lot of the programs are now done online. So, but I'm happy where I'm at. I mean, like I said, it's it's free, and it's always going to be available. So if you ever change your mind, and you could check it out and see how it goes in the future. But I'm learning a lot. When I do the StreamYard next time, I'm gonna share my screen and I can show y'all. I know some of y'all probably don't know what I'm doing, so I'm gonna do a StreamYard tomorrow and I can show y'all what I've been up to. Oh yeah. Like I said, I've been trying to learn the code a few years ago, but I could never grasp it and understand it. But now that I'm doing it, I said, oh, okay. Now I understand. Shut up. Shoot, maybe when I finish learning it, I could probably train you and tell you how to do it. Yeah, check out Code Academy because that's what we're learning from. And like I said, they have a pro version, and if you want to do the pro version, they'll tell you how much it is. It's not that much, and you could do it in your own self pace. I'm gonna learn Python on my own, and I'm gonna learn Python at Mimo that I just downloaded. I'm gonna learn it both ways. Sometimes I'll be at Amazon. I may be want to be like start practicing. But I'm excited. I'm gonna still do my taxes though. I'm gonna still do my Intuit TurboTax and my tax business because somehow I'm gonna integrate taxes and coding and web development all in one. Oh man, what's today? Oops, never mind. I thought today was Tuesday. T-Mobile got that T-Mobile Tuesdays. You go to T-Mobile, they're giving away a free T-Mobile blanket tomorrow. I'm gonna go right up the street and get my free blanket. I'm gonna make sure I don't forget about this. Free large classic milkshake at Checkers or Rallies. $1 Dunkin' card. I don't even eat Dunkin' Donuts anymore. I ain't ate Dunkin' Donuts in years. I don't know why. And people now, Dunkin' Donuts got known for their coffee now. Got that $18. Well, I started drinking, and I don't even drink coffee like that. That Starbucks Frappuccino in the bottle. Most of it is milk, really, to be honest. I was like, oh, this doesn't even taste like coffee. But it's mostly milk and vanilla. That's why I liked it. It was vanilla Frappuccino. And when I bought that at Kroger's, I buy then I noticed that they changed the bottle got smaller. I was like, this thing used to be a little bit bigger than this. It'll be a lot smaller bottle, be $6 for four. It took me 2 months to drink all of that four coffees. That's how long it took me to drink it. I didn't, I just drank the last one today or this morning. These nuts, I thought you said you was working. So, ow, my foot. Oh, so anyway, let me go back and address um Blue True about them firing the Raiders coach. Now, let me tell you the reason why stuff like that happens, make white folks angry and upset, is because you can't always bring up what somebody said 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and then make it and make a racial thing about it because it goes both ways. I'm quite sure somebody gonna one day pull up my YouTube video. She called people the N word and and they're gonna criticize me and say something that I said 10 years ago. And now all the crazy things that people be saying, all the racial stuff people truly be saying, you can't be quick to point at white folks and say, "Oh, you racist." He said this 10 years ago and call him a bubble lip or something. He said something about the lip, bubble lip. I'm thinking, oh shoot, what did he say 10 years ago? I'm thinking he said the N word because it was like the NFL president. He's a black man, and it was during that football lockout or whatever. And he said something during, you know, everything is heated. You have a season that's suspended, people on strike, people negotiate millions and millions of dollars. And he said, call him a bubble lip, something. He didn't say that. And, people took that and said, oh, he's racist. Wait a minute. How come it went down to one person? Y'all didn't want to hear what I had to say? Hey, Dorian, you know what? You keep saying that again. I'm going to put that on a t-shirt. So I was like, who said that was a racist comment? I didn't see nothing racial about that. He didn't call him the N-word. He didn't call him. But people gonna go, he implied. He implied when you say big lips. See, only people who, you think about that is because they used to make these caricatures of black people looking like apes and have big, big lips and they exaggerate. And then, don't put that man like that because of something he said 10 years ago. Because he even explained when he said stuff like that. He said basically if you talk a lot and you flap your lips and you gossip or something, that's what he meant when he said about big lips or something, someone who always flapping the mouth and talking all the time. That's what he meant to that's what he meant to imply. That's what he meant to say. He didn't use no racial slur. It's only a racial slur if you take it like that. You know? Well, if you go on ESPN and they talk about they fired him, they'll discuss it, but that's basically what happened. That's basically what happened. 10 years ago, that Raiders coach, Gruden, what you say his name? Gruden, whatever. He sent an email to the president of the NFL, who was a black man who was the president of the players union, and he said in an email, it was a heated exchange between the union, the coaches, the players. They had to go with like the football lockdown strike. And he basically called him, said, that he was a big bubble lip, whatever. And someone got that email that was 10 years old and tried to make it sound like he said a racial slur. I was like, he didn't call him no N word. He said he had a big bubble lip, whatever. Because he was saying he was talking too much and always flapping up the lips and stuff. And they wasn't negotiating those millions and millions of dollars that people weren't making. Well, I don't know about many emails, but I can only speak on the one about what he said. Now, if he said the N word, I haven't read that. I didn't even follow that story like that. All I'm saying, this Blue True, is that when people start, I mean, if he's racist, he's racist. But if he said call him a big bubble lip, and he said that was not because he being racist, and he's saying because he flapping his mouth and running his mouth, then you got to say, okay, did it apologize if something happened 10 years ago? But that's not the point I'm making. I'm not justifying what he is saying. He could be a racist. A lot of people are racist. I say the N word all day, every day. And yeah, you don't have to. But okay, this is what I'm saying, Blue True. You're missing the point. The point that I'm making is that when people start pointing people and claim about being racist, you also got to have those same four fingers point back at you as well. It goes both ways. And what I'm saying is that if they continue to keep igniting white folks and condemning them, oh, you're racist, and you don't do nothing about police brutality, ain't nobody did nothing about that. You got police officers stopping people who are paraplegic, killing people, dragging them out of cars. They did, a couple of days ago, a police officer stopped this man. He was paraplegic. They dragged him out of his car. You can't judge other people without judging oneself. Well, that's the point I'm making, Romeo. But what I'm saying is that when people bring up things to people that happened 10 years ago, and then people want to get rid of people. You also got to remember, um, you got to look at the past that people do too. You know, if they got rid of him, it's because if they losing and they ain't winning, and he been coaching for the Raiders for 2-3 years and they ain't did nothing, fire him. But don't just make that as a reason of excuse. He said because of what someone said 10 years ago. If he said something and he said something recently, he was abusive and he was saying, calling people the N word and all kind of egregious things. All I'm saying is that when you're quick to keep doing that with white people, they're racist, they fired. You're racist, they fired. You're not solving the problem. You cannot go ahead and condemn someone for what they said, especially if it's not. Especially if it's not. I think people are getting a little bit too much with monitoring people, what they saying, and firing people. And then when these white folk get mad and they want to climb over walls and Trump. That's why Trump. Let me tell you the reason why Trump is got ignited, because he found people who were being disenfranchised of dealing with being racist, calling racist being, men going to college and they said they can't say, you can't say, you got to say gender neutral words. You got to say he, she, it. They, I mean, everybody they say, oh, they said something about transgender people. He got fired. People do it all the time. Everybody in this world got some sort of racist, hateful, saying stuff that will get them fired. Trust me. If people go, screw my was to scrutinize my profile and they go on my social media and they start finding stuff, they'll come right back. Ain't no one saying anybody's racist. Trust me, everybody got some sort of prejudices and racist in them in some form or fashion. You do not have to hang a rope on nobody's neck to be a racist. The fact that people are automatically conditioned in the United States, for instance, where they live, even the most segregation of churches. Churches before they became these big mega churches and stuff, and they started making money off of Jesus. People, black folks, Indian, went to their own churches. It was segregated. It was more the church is more segregated than any other institution. Now it's kind of a little bit lax, a little bit. You see a lot of mixture of people in congregations, but that's mostly those big mega churches, non-denomination. They trying to make money out of pimping Jesus, and then they have a whole bunch of black folks, Mexican, white folks all over. But at one point, churches were very segregated. They had black folk, AME, you know, AME Church. That's the African Methodist Episcopal Church. Broke off from the Methodist Church. You know, everybody got some form of, trust me. People ain't gonna want to admit it. Black people and us in general, we're not gonna admit it. Now, some people may define racist as if you have the advantage of other people in political, social, financial, um, and you think you're superior than another group of people, then you're racist. People define racism and racist as you know. I'm gonna show you your comment. Everybody loves everyone, but that don't mean you can say I love white folks, I love black folks, I love people. Everybody say that. Everyone says that. They love people and they don't admit they're racist. But in actuality, some people racism is more um, obvious than some others. You know, when a black person come up there and say, "Oh, that dumb cracker," if I come in and say, "Oh, that dumb cracker," that's racist. That's a very racist statement for me to make and for me to say. But the difference between the difference between when black people say something about white folks or Indian or Mexican or Hispanic is the difference is that white people could be racist. That man could lose his job. He lost jobs to the Raiders. I could assure you, in a year or less than that, he gonna have another job. They're gonna have to pay him all that money, all that contract he signed as a Raiders coach. They're gonna have to give him all of his money and some. They're gonna give him all his money. He ain't gotta worry about coaching nobody. He ain't gotta about going at no field. He ain't gonna lose no slick of money. He ain't losing a nickel being fired from the Raiders. They're gonna pay his contract plus more. If he signed a 3-year contract, they gotta pay him all that money. you know? What? Man, I don't know where you moved from, twisting locks, but shoe. That shoot, what city you moved from? Black people don't. That's right, Sally. Black folks don't even want to work with black folks. So, you know, black folks don't want to work with black folks because they say, they say it all the time. North Carolina, what? You stick around for a little bit. You know, North Carolina, they ain't no different. North Carolina, South Carolina, anywhere in the United States, you're gonna experience that. The only reason if you lived in a black neighborhood when you lived in North Carolina and you was around black folks and you only be with black people and you don't really go around as much, Atlanta ain't the same like it used to be. Atlanta, when I moved here in 1996, black folk lived in downtown Atlanta and every place else. Now, all those black folks neighborhoods, all those neighborhoods that black folks used to live is all white. They making Atlanta basically white. That's why Buckhead wants to break off from the city of Atlanta, become its own city and everything else. Well, I don't know. Like I said, unless he said the N word and he said a whole bunch of stuff in the emails, that one email about calling him a bubble lip, that didn't make him racist. Now, like I said, there's a whole lot of them racist, but they ain't gonna show it. Phil Jackson, shoo. Look what happened with Phil Jackson. Phil Jackson played with Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Dennis Rodman, won 6, 7 championships with between the Bulls and the Lakers, and played, New York. It was till he got to New York, they were saying that Phil Jackson was a racist, you know. But nobody said nothing. Nobody said nothing when he was winning those championships. Michael Jordan and all the rest of them, they ain't say nothing. Now you all of a sudden you want to come and write a book and say it. You ain't say it then. You didn't say it then. How all of a sudden you come out of the woodwork and you want to write a book? See, some people you can't trust them to believe what's going on. You played with that man years for years, but you wasn't saying no racist when he was getting that millions and millions of dollars though. Michael Jordan wasn't saying that. It was. That was that. What? That was said. That was said when he played when he was coaching New York. They've been Scottie Pippen wrote a book or whatever, and they made that film about Jordan. That was last year sometime. I've been heard that. Now I'm speaking the truth on that. They mentioned it. Trust me, they did. They mentioned it. Scottie Pippen said it in his book he was trying to promote. He was trying to make this liquor or whatever he was promoting, and that's when he was talking about Michael Jordan and all that stuff. When that film came out, that Michael Jordan had, they had that on one of those networks, ESPN or whatever. I didn't even watch it, 12-part series and stuff. I'm not a Michael Jordan fan anyway, but I've heard that was reported. That didn't become no big news because he ain't playing. He's not playing it. He's not a coach for nobody no more. That's why you heard it. He wasn't coaching at that point. He wasn't coaching nobody. But that was said, and I read that and followed that story up on ESPN. I'm a sports person. I ain't one of these girls that don't know nothing about nothing. I heard that on from my own two eyes. And trust me, he ain't the only one. He ain't the only one that players had came out years later saying something. He was racist. He said this about this. But my whole point about this is that pointing fingers about white folks being racist is not changing the fact that one, they're not losing nothing from it. They're not going to lose nothing from it. They're not going to lose their job. They still going to get their money. They still going to get paid. Somebody will pick them up. He will be picked up as a coach, whether he go back to college football and someone in college football once the college football season up, or another NFL team will pick him up within a year. He will be coaching again, or he'll be an analyst or whatever. He was always going to have a job. All this going by, he racist. He did. They gonna make their money. They gonna make their money. They gonna still get paid. They ain't gonna lose nothing. That's the point I'm making. And just like these cops killing people and dragging people out of cars and all, the police unions, they're like, okay, we're gonna put you on desk leave. You still getting paid, and then um all they got to do is retire. Okay, I'm going to retire. Rather than quitting, they're going to retire and they're going to get their pension from the state, and then they move somewhere else and be a police officer some other city. So my whole thing is I don't have time to waste my I don't have my time to waste time about he racist, and you ain't losing nothing. If the issue was reversed and black folks get called out on something they said or something they do, black folks will be the main one to throw each other under the bus. And let me give you an example. What's her name? The one Sage Stone. The woman, the black woman, and she said something about President Obama about his choices, the senses about being biracial. She biracial too, and she said something about why. Now, this is what makes me so sick about black folks at times. She said, why should she deny the other part of her heritage, basically, because her father's black and her mother's white, or vice versa. Yeah, her father's black and her mother's white, right? And she said something about the President Obama. Now I love President Obama, but she said something about criticizing about President Obama. Oh Lord, why you did that? About choice. If that man wants to say he black, let the man choose whatever he wants to identify himself with. Just because, and just like her choice of choosing, she didn't say she was a white woman. I don't know where they got that from. She said she didn't want to deny her other half of herself, which is her mother, who's white. And boy, did people jump on her. And she also said she agreed with Candace, whatever her name is, last name, this black woman conservative, whatever, black folks is hated with the world. So they suspended her for a day at ESPN because they said that their values didn't align with ESPN, and she did this interview and they suspended her. But it wasn't so much. And there was another black woman, they just fired her. Her name was Jamil. I can't remember her last name. I watched her podcast. She was another black woman on ESPN, and they fired her. They like, look, she said something, real out the way and stuff with, about black folks, white folks, or, white folks or whatever. Something she said. And I said, girl, don't do that. Don't go there. Go ahead and keep your job. Don't be trying to, so you can't be, don't be always running the mouth. He racist, and then just, they don't want to hear that. Black folks be calling people, black people be calling out white folks as racist or whatever. Does not help us. Does not help the cause. All they do is look at you as a troublemaker. And I'm not saying be no Uncle Tom either, because I'm not one to do that either. I'm not going to be Tomming for no one. But it gets to a point where we know racism exists. We know white folks in general always going to have the upper hand. They're always going to say something. They're going to get away with things. They're going to still get paid. They're still going to be, they'll get another job tomorrow. Black people do that. You suspended. You may be lucky to get a hold of another job. You know, you may be lucky. We don't have that advantages like that. We don't have control of media. We don't have control of things because we don't even get along within our own people. African people come over here, and other people from other people of color come to the United States. When they first experience racism, they shocked, they surprised. I had commented on somebody's YouTube channel. They was talking about black people in technology, and she was this African from Nigeria, and she was working for Google or one of those big companies, and she said that she left and um, she experienced racism in IT, which is not, which I've always had my concerns working in this new industry going into IT. One is ageism, and one is racism and sexism. I got to deal with three things: my race, age, and sex. So I can't focus or worry myself about here racist, because they always gonna get the upper hand. They're gonna get their money and they're gonna get another job. You don't hear other racist people coming to this country worried about that. Asian, Korean, you know, people from the islands, they don't have time to be worried about that. I mean, they've dealt with racism, they dealt with a whole lot of things in the countries they come from. Everybody has always dealt with that in some form of fashion. So, what they do is, you know what? Let's worry about building ourselves up economically, having our own shit, having our own stuff, and develop our own communities. So you don't have to be worrying about white folks, you know, giving them stuff. You know, he racist? Okay, big deal. Maybe I will talk about this on a big, more detailed discussion on another YouTube live, and maybe and do it on live. Maybe they probably don't even want to monetize my video. Man, I'm not monetized. They probably kick it off the channel if I was to talk about it. But my point of the matter is this: that man ain't losing no sleep. He ain't losing no money, and he will get another job. I'd rather deal with somebody who come out and tell me they're a dumb cracker, racist, nigger, I'll curse you out and keep it going. See, but I grew up in the South when I was a young little girl with my grandparents in my, South Carolina. And my grandfather, one day, the little white boy, you nigger, and I was hot. My grandfather just laughed it off, you know, made his money, kept on going. Whereas in the meantime, I wanted to be Malcolm X Jr. going off the handle and going crazy because some dumb white boy said something like that. My grandfather, great grandparents, I knew my great grandparents. They dealt with it way much worse than some dumb cracker calling me you're calling me your high yellow rich or something. I ain't got to, my grandparents, great grandparents, they took it in a way where you have to show dignity. You can't be going acting niggerish, hollering, screaming, yelling, and acting a fool over what someone call you. What they said, how the expression goes, you only answer to what you're called. If you know you're not whatever, you ain't got to answer to that. As long as you don't answer to it. You know that ain't you. You be like, I don't know who he talking to. Because half the time, these white folks, particularly the ones who could get away with it, they ain't losing no sleep. They're not losing a damn sleep. So these dumb crackers want to walk around acting all crazy with the signs and I ain't getting no sign, I ain't getting it, and I ain't going to school. Well, ignorant. I ain't going to school with the niggers. All back in the '60s. It ain't that far off. It ain't that far off since 1968. I was born in 1968. Segregation and all that stuff, and black folks having freedom. I'm not talking about being in slavery. I'm talking about true freedom. Martin Luther King and all that stuff. That ain't that far off. That's only one generation from the Civil Acts right that black folks really had the civil rights. Segregation, separate water fountains. That may happen in the South, but the North was no better. Living in the North, living in the West Coast, they was no better. That was only 1968. And I ain't saying that racism stopped and it ended because it hasn't. It's just in a different form now. And it's in a form of economic oppression. When Martin Luther King started speaking about boycotting the sanitation workers coming together, and he started talking about economic empowerment, they killed him. They killed Malcolm. They killed Martin. They killed them because they started speaking on financial empowerment. Bump the walking up and down, we shall overcome, no. When they started speaking about black people, we need to stand up and be financially and economically sound and seek that type of equality. That's when they killed them. That's when they killed Martin. That's when they killed Malcolm. And tell me if I'm wrong. Y'all, I dare anybody to come and challenge me what I said is not true. Because they knew that if black people, if we had rose up out of these ghettos, out of these damn tobacco fields, and started being financially secure, financially built up ourselves in our communities, you didn't have to worry and rely on white people. They knew it was a threat. I'm not going to sit up in here worried about some dumbass Peckerwood coach being fired from the Raiders. I'm not even a Raiders fan. I don't have no investment in the NFL. The last time I checked my financials, I ain't got no financial bearings on any of it. Unless I see, oh my God, I invested in the Raiders as a 2/10 of a owner, and my money is down, then I'll be concerned. That ain't new. That ain't new, and that ain't shocking. Now, all I'm saying is that stop worrying about, oh, you're racist. You're racist. And that man, they getting paid. That man get his full contract. That man will get another job tomorrow. If it ain't tomorrow, he'll get another job. Trust me. The last time I checked, my bank account ain't no more better. Him being there or whomever. It ain't even got to be him. Anybody. So one things that I learned from my great grandparents and my grandfather and everybody when they were going through that, they left with dignity. They had got respect. That white man and these white people in that communities, they respected my great grandfather. They respected my grandfather and my grandparents. Because see, number one, they were God-fearing people, and number two, they knew the empowerment of work and economics. Ain't none of my family members on my mother's side. I can't speak about my father's side, but some of them on welfare. But but nevertheless, they didn't act niggerish. So we need to be more focused on empowering ourselves economically, because this time and age right now, what's going on right now with all this energy shortages in Japan and China and all over the world, and all these things happening, gas price will be $3, $4, and it's in food not on the shelves, economic, you know, downturn. Who you think going to be affected the most? Who you think gonna be at the bottom of the damn totem pole when it's all said and done? Black folks, few Mexicans, a few black people from the islands and other countries that ain't prepared. We run around. Is there gonna be another stimulus? Oh, I'm broke. I ain't got no, running around, running around, running around. This government don't give a two rat butt, whether it be Trump was in office or Biden. You know, I hate to say it. I hate to say it, but I wonder if Trump was in office, will we be going through this mess? At least one thing I can say about that damn man Trump, he might be a fool in saying the things he said because people are more mad of how he said it, not what he said. I think we as black folks, we were more mad because he a racist. It was more to do of how he said it, and he didn't give a damn. He was like, he. Let me tell you, Trump may have said some of the craziest stuff, but I'm not a Trump supporter, and I'm not a Republican. I'm not, but I hate to say it, but he may have talked from the hip, and he was a businessman, and he may have been, he probably racist. He racist too, all of them. Biden was a racist. What Biden said 19 when he was in 19 when he got into office, he said the same thing about black folks. Those dumb niggas, and he said it. You could go on YouTube and play it back. He called, and even now, he'll call somebody boy, even though he said that's my boy. But Biden was just as racist too. And he came out and said the N word in Congress. There's a whole lot of them. But you know what? We have to start looking at it from people from other countries. They come over here, they ain't got nothing. They may have 10 people in the house. They all work and they buy up stores, buying up the block, buying up black people block, and owning things like it ain't no tomorrow. They ain't came here and got a bunch of money. Some of them, some Indian people, they got money. But a lot of immigrants that I find coming from other countries, they two generations, and years when I moved to Atlanta, it was like the section on Buford Highway. It was like Cambodia, Filipino, Mexican, Korean, all different ethnic groups. When they came here, they had nothing. Those children grown up now end up owning businesses, making more money than most black folks who've been living in this damn country for all their lives. And I know because I do the taxes. I work at the IRS. I come across it. I look at those numbers all the time, and I be seeing the surnames. I see the numbers, race breakdown. They ain't had time to be worrying about what some dumb cracker said about them. They ain't worried one bit. Okay, go ahead, give me my money. And they be who could get to say something in their other language, and they calling them out their name. Black people, they do that to black people too. That dumb nigger, they be saying that, and then we paying them. So they get their money, and they said, okay. They didn't care. They ain't got time. They ain't nobody got time to be worrying about, oh, you're race. I used to get all hyped up over what someone said. If you don't answer to it, you only answer to what you call. If you know that ain't you, then why respond? It took me to learn that. You only answer to what someone calls you. If you know you ain't a nigger, then don't. What I'm worrying about it? I don't answer to that because that's not me. So they talking to you, talking in a circle, you talking up in the air. You know, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So anybody got a comment to write? Please write something in the comment because I ain't trying to stay on here all night. It's so early. I came on so early. Got to give y'all a chance. Go ahead and say it. I said a lot. Think about it. Think about what I said. Twisting locks. Think about what I said. Atlanta ain't like it used to be. I'm telling you, this ain't Chocolate City. This ain't a black city, mega black city like it used to be back in the 80s and 90s. It used to be. Well, I won't say it used to be, but that's what the impression was. Atlanta was the black mecca. Black people could move to Atlanta. They do very well. Maybe back in the 80s and 90s. And I ain't gonna say early 2000 because that would be a lie. They trying to make Atlanta white. They're not trying to. Atlanta itself is white. And when they break up Buckhead in his own city, just like the rest of these cities are broken up into its own cities, like Johns Creek and Milton and even raggedy ass Stonecrest is its own city. That's mostly black. Ain't no white folks. There may some white folks live in Stonecrest, but that's his own city. So don't worry. Don't concern yourself about who did what, who racist, who did that. Because those white folks ain't gonna put a dent in their pocket. Trust me. What we need to try to factor in how they're gonna resolve this is these police officers who's killing people. That's what we need to be worried about. Yeah, these white folks, I ain't gonna say white because some of these, I said these police officers who are dragging black folks out of cars and shooting them and killing them, that is the ones we need to worry. How are we going to deal with that? And marching up and down those streets, it ain't going to happen. It ain't going to work. I've been growing up in New York, and they've been had police brutality in New York before they had social media. I've been heard, not heard, but I've been experiencing that even as a younger child living in New York. Black folks getting beat up because they went to Bensonhurst and something, Coldest, where you at? Coldest would verify what I'm saying. They even had a lady, her name was Smallwood. Her last name was Small. I can't remember the first name. She was an older woman on her stoop in New York somewhere and got killed with a police brutality. What was that lady name? Her last name was just like mine, too. And this was like in the 80s, 90s. Police brutality ain't just started, it ain't just started happening with Trayvon Martin and all the other people in the last 10 years. Even living in the North. And I think it's worse. I want to say it's worse in the North. Because in the North, you're dealing with police and you got to deal with people in the neighborhood. The vigilantes and stuff in New York. Shoot, it is just as worse in the North than the South. It was not. It was no better. And the only thing it was so worse about happening in the North was because black folks was concentrated in ghettos in smaller spaces and didn't truly own nothing. There was few black folks, few black people made it out and was able to do it. But the difference is that they came in and served their own people. They opened up restaurants, barbershops in their own neighborhoods, and black people supported each other and circulated the dollar in the neighborhood. They didn't worry about white folks paying them and worrying about. That was when black people really stood together. They circulated the dollar. But when white folks started getting jealous and started going into black neighborhoods burning, that's what happened with Tulsa, Oklahoma, the Black Wall Street. And it wasn't and black folks weren't businesses that were striving across the United States. Even if you go back in history, they were burning down cities and burning down majority black neighborhoods and Asian neighborhoods. They started doing Asian people. First it was Asian people they was attacking. Then they started targeting black people. Native American people, that's why I was talking about Columbus Day today. They been killed them off when they got here with the smallpox and the measles and syphilis and stuff. They killed off the Native American people when they came to the United States. When they came on this land. Christopher Columbus is nothing but a murderer. So they always gonna destroy people as much as they can. And it's usually gonna be, but somehow or another, we have to overcome that. I don't know how that's gonna, how that's gonna be, but I think that the more you keep screaming about it, the more they're gonna try to bring you down. That's why I said follow with other people and other ethnic groups what they do. They don't work. They don't worry themselves about some white man being racist to them. They just keep on going. They're gonna keep on going, keep themselves like stay within themselves, stay within their communities, circulate the dollar within. But and trust me, it's very rare that you see other ethnic groups handle situations. They handle it in a so much different way. When those Asian people, when those Asian people were getting killed, and they said Asian lives matter, and the reason why they spent more focus on them is because they already have power financially. They know not to mess with Asian people. Asian people probably make more money than white folks collectively, and that's true. That's true. The United States owns the China has the United States by its neck financially. All that debt and money and stuff owed. You think they're gonna? You think the Asian countries is going to let people disrespect their people here in the United States, and the government is not going to get involved in that? You're not going to touch my people. You owe us money. You eat. They got the United States by its throat. That's why there's white folks and white people in general ain't gonna mess with Asian people. Not like that. They not. They not. And most Asian people who've been attacked is, I hate to say it, most of the time it's black folks attacked Asian people. You don't see a lot of white folks going in the Asian neighborhoods beating them up and attacking them. Most people would attack, I hate to say it, were black. You know? So my whole point that I'm making this, and I'm going to end my live stream because it's on 3 hours. They're pointing that finger about he raises this and that or whatever. That man gonna have another job next week. That man gonna get all his money in that contract, all of it, every single penny. And y'all can look it up and say, well, you know what? That's not true because they said that they weren't gonna pay him. Trust me. Yeah, everything we all come from China. Everything come from China, the Philippines, and everything else. Even though China is going through economic um, problems too, this is a That's what I was saying. We're going through a global meltdown. We ain't got time to be worried about somebody calling somebody racist from 10 years ago. Those people are gonna be fine. Those people are gonna be fine. Those athletes and stuff making money, they're gonna be okay. When these gas prices go up to $3 and there's no jobs and there's a whole mess going on, and you got to drive Uber, Lyft, food deliveries, and everything else to make ends meet, and we have to, that's what you got to worry about. That's what you got to worry about. Shoot, I went on my soapbox for the night, but I just don't, ugh, it's just too much. I can't, it's just too much. I can't consume my mind worried about stuff like that because it's always going to happen. Or rather than somebody be obvious in your face racist than to be undercover. One thing about that damn Trump, shoot, you knew where he stood. You know where he stood. He ain't hide nothing. And all we doing is fueling the fire. White folks already get threatened about being outnumbered, numbers wise on the census. According to the census, the white race is declining. They're gonna be the minority. They are the minority now, but they truly gonna be in the minority in these coming years. Knew that. I knew that years ago. They ain't had no census for me to know that. I knew that, and white folks knew it too. And they said if they're gonna be the minority, mm-mm, they're gonna try to keep. It's about power. They're gonna keep as much control and power as they possibly can. What good is having a bunch of? What good is it to have a? And I'm just making up these numbers, so I'm exaggerating a little bit. What's good of it having 30 billion black broke Negroes when you got 50,000, 50? Wait, what's good is having 30 million broke black folks versus 100 million white folks who's making um who's making 4 times the amount of money that a typical black people get. You know what? When I was doing Amazon Friday night, and I was stowing, man, why did I have to stow 10 stickers that says Trump 2024 stickers? Somebody already came up with some stickers and sold it on Amazon, and I was processing the thing. I was like, hell no. I had to keep processing it. I was like, toot, toot. Yep, sure did sell those stickers. I don't know he's gonna run, and I don't know. I don't know. Unless something happens in 3 years and we get out this mess of an economy, and somehow or another Biden pulls this through with the economic and people start doing well and everybody start this going up and down about they ain't want to get the stab and I don't know. I see it coming. Yep, Show me the evil, then you show be in sheep clothing and be deceived. But even then, I can't worry about that. You can't worry about that. You know? But I don't know what's going to happen. But I know one thing. If these next 4 years or 4 years going to be this economic catastrophe and, whew, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I can't even imagine. They already said that, let me see. I don't know. I'm just gonna hold on to my little job at Amazon and do my little gig work job that I need to do. Try to pay off my debts and do what I need to do as much as I can, and try to and keep myself together. I don't have no time to worry about some coach that making millions and millions and millions of dollars. He will have another job. He will be he will have another job. Let me tell y'all that. That's the thing. I've seen a whole lot worse. I want silver coins. All right, you might buy some. I don't know if the silver coin prices, everything is not doing good. I mean, you could buy it now when it's cheaper. You could buy it now. That's how I look at it. You have to look at the stock market and all this stuff right now. Most people make money, millionaires is doing it in this type of climate. You just have to know how to do it. Even if the gas price is going up, all you gotta do is if you have investment, your see with all this stuff going up and gas prices and all that stuff going up and all that's doing is making me more money on my little financial portfolios. The thing that's the issue of the problem is that it's the value of the dollar is declined. It's your everyday buying groceries, buying gas, buying goods and services is what's killing people's pocket. The purchasing power of the dollar is not there. That's what it is. But in regards to like investments and stuff, yeah, it's gonna go down some. It's gonna go up and down. Gas and stuff, that's a commodity. So if the gas prices go up and you in the commodities and trade and you in the energy sector and you know the price is going up, your value of your investment is going to go up. But in terms of you going out there to buy gas and pay this gas bill and electric bill and everything else, you're going to be like, ugh, my gas bill was 80 something dollars. Like, what the hell? My gas bill always be about 40 something dollars. Now I was like, what the hell? I can't double. I had to make sure, I'm going to look at my bill when I get that damn gas bill from Gas South. And I'm going to see. Maybe I need to turn down that water heater down a little bit, not make it so scorching hot. Well, that's good for you because gas, y'all may not use gas in your house, but you got to get gas in that car though. You got to put gas in that car. That's why I'm so glad I work close where I live. I don't have to worry about buying gas anytime soon. I'm gonna wait till that gas price to drop. It ain't gonna stay like that forever. It'll drop down some. You have to gauge it, I guess. You gotta spend less things on something else to compensate for something else. Maybe not buy as much meat or type of food and try to stretch out your food. It is going to drop. Gas prices, shoot, a few years ago when they were running out that gas and people were running out the damn quick trip truck, that gas almost went to $4 and some change about 5 years ago. Gas was almost $5 here in Atlanta when they had that major gas thing going on up and down the up in Alabama, that pipeline. And then then it came the hurricane season on top of that and all this other stuff. Gas was shoot. I'm just trying to worry. I ain't gonna worry, but I'm just trying to focus on how this economy is gonna come in the next 3 years. Because right now we're not even finished year one of President Biden's presidency, and um it's been a little rough. I ain't gonna say little, it's been rough. But Trump thing wasn't all that great either, to be honest. But the stock market went up to 3,000 points one particular time. So it ain't always gonna be like this forever. You just have to tighten our belts and focus on things that matter. Not about some football coach and this, that, another, or whatever. Those people got money. I ain't seen nobody yet. No stars. Now I don't know about the ones that's the music stars or the from back in the day because there's been a lot of concerts in Atlanta. Gladys Knight and Patti LaBelle and I said, what are these old people coming to play in concert at the whatever theater with nobody wearing no mask? I ain't going. I said, shoot, they must be broke. Something they having all these old school acts coming to about so and so coming to the Stockbridge Amphitheater in Atlanta, November something. I was like, who gonna buy those tickets? And especially when I heard the last concert they had like Johnny Gill and all these people. Something happened where I didn't know what concert it was. It was a few weeks ago. No people complained. They said that one person came on there and Johnny Gill, he didn't even sing no song. They were like, sing a song. He sung one little line of a song and that was it. And then they had all these other people. They didn't even do anything. People were pissed. I said, see, that's what y'all get. Going running over there looking at. I knew they wasn't gonna do nothing. They're talking about they were lip syncing and play half a song and didn't even do. There was it was, and then it come late. The concert thing started so late. Then when they started, they came on there and they didn't even do anything. I said, see, that's what y'all get. Buying, going out there. You think I was gonna go up there in that crowd? And I knew it was gonna be nothing. And I said, nope. So I'm not trying to do all that. I'm not spending no money unnecessarily on stuff like that. Because the one they don't come, they be late. Then if they cancel, they say so and so won't be here today. They won't be here tonight. They say those tickets are non-refundable. Yeah, shoot. That's why I said I'm gonna start cooking. I'm gonna start stretching my meals. I'm gonna start making me some soups, and um, I'm not spending no money. They got that little haunted house up the street. Every year for Halloween they had this place right up the street. One day I'm gonna take a picture. I'm gonna take a picture and show y'all. I'm not going inside because I'm not paying no $50 something. And Cole, you supposed to been start prepping. You should have started prepping 2 months ago. Now you start to prep now. You supposed to been did that. But shoot, I'll ship you some groceries. I got me plenty of canned goods and frozen stuff in my freezer. You should come and visit. You should come and visit me for Thanksgiving. That's what I'm saying. $50 for nothing. I'll make you some turkey wings, sweet potato, and I ain't gonna have no kale. Well, yes, I would. I would have kale. It'll be frozen. It ain't gonna be fresh kale. I didn't plant no kale seeds yet. But hey, it's 60 y'all. 12 thumbs up. I appreciate y'all. Who's still in here? I know y'all didn't go. I know y'all didn't run away after I made my little stance about racism. I know y'all ain't getting mad about that. Well, you know what? I told y'all what happened with me with Southwest Airlines when I went to New Orleans for my nephew's wedding. Coming back home, it took me almost 12 hours to get back home, and then they gave me that $500 voucher. See now I'm kind of scared because I may want to use that. I may want to hurry up and make me a reservation. So, well, you know what? The catastrophe might actually make people not want to fly with Southwest Airlines, and then they have to give a good discount. Yeah, I took the voucher, $500, and that $500 was hell because there were some delays. The same thing they said back in July was the same thing they trying to say what happened this past Sunday and this past Sunday and Monday. Well, I don't know what's going on with Southwest. They were saying it was like not enough crew, not enough pilots, the weather. They were saying a whole bunch of stupid stuff. That's the same thing they said when I went there, when I was coming back home. Shoot, they took me off the plane, me and three other people off the plane. For those going to Atlanta, please come with us. It was Southwest. And I could have just went to Orlando, waited in Orlando and caught a flight to Atlanta from there. It was hours. My flight was supposed to have left at 12 noon Sunday. I was like, well, I'll be home in an hour and a half. And they were asking 5 people if they want to give it the seat. So I said, I'll give it up. What you give it? $500. I said, okay, I'll take it. I could wait an hour. It ain't gonna kill me. Man, got on that plane at 1:25. They told us to get off because of whatever. They ain't tell no reason. And I didn't get on that plane to go back home until 11. I didn't leave New Orleans until 11:40. 12 hours later. Ooh, I was so pissed. You know what I could have done was went in the car with my sister who drove to Albany, Georgia, and hitched a ride with her and got there and could have took the bus back to Atlanta. That's what I could have done if I knew it was gonna be that hot mess. So when I use my $500, what I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna go to an island. I'm gonna go to one of those islands where like one of those Caribbean type islands or somewhere, Mexico somewhere, and go to Southwest Airline that goes there because most likely they won't cancel an international flight more so than domestic. So, and of course, I'm going to have insurance. I will buy insurance, which is like $100. And that way, if I do get stuck in Mexico or if I tell y'all, I'm stuck, I can't get home, at least I have the insurance and the insurance will cover my stay. And I just have to um, plan my thing, but I have to use it. I have a year to use it, so I got plenty of time. Or I could just, it's a voucher, so I could actually go somewhere. You know, I don't have to use it one time. I could use it as a credit. But I wanted to save that $500 to go on a real trip somewhere. I was going to go to Arizona to visit my friend Max. I'm gonna have to call her, but and see because I haven't heard from her for a minute. Make sure everything's okay. I don't know because all these thing cancellations and stuff. I'd be afraid to go to a domestic flight. I'd rather go into the international flight and use that voucher because at least I know I have a chance of going home. See, if it's an international flight, they have it certain seasons. They don't always go to Mexico and Caribbean islands all year round. It's a certain time period they go. And I'm not going during the summer when everybody else going. So with all this mix up they doing with Southwest Airlines, people are gonna not want to fly with them and they're gonna be begging people to take their airline and give these big major discounts. So I'm gonna wait. And when I see some specials, that's when I'm gonna pounce, jump right on there, and then I'm gonna go. But I'm gonna plan it in a couple of months. I just need to look at the. I'm gonna wait till around November next month, and then I'm gonna plan, look at some places that I want to go to. Because I'll be still working at Amazon, so I want to take my vacation. So by next year, I know, and working at TurboTax, I make my own schedule. So I'm gonna go. I'm not gonna go in the summer, but it's gonna be sometime in March, April, and that's it. I'm not dealing with Southwest Airlines no more. All that mix up and stuff they doing, I may have to say, okay, not American Airlines, United Airlines, here I come. Delta, here I come. I ain't messing with Southwest. After this, I'm gonna use my little $500, and after that, nope. And I love Southwest Airlines. That's the thing. I love Southwest Airlines. They got very good. They ain't got no outdated planes and bags fly free. That's the only reason. Bags fly free. 2 bags. That's the catch. You can't come in there with a bunch of bags and say all the bags are gonna be free. No, it's 2. But how many bags do one needs? You know. But I haven't tried Spirit. Now, Spirit is probably something I would do if I was going to Florida or someplace real local and cheap. And I'm just gonna be, I'm just gonna say, oh, I got my little, my little carry-on bag, and just jump on there. But my sister flew Spirit. My niece said they said that the tray was like this small. I'm just, they said the tray was this small. Now I'm exaggerating, but it was real little. You have to pay for every little thing. You print your ticket, you got to pay for that. You get in the seat, it's like this small and this, By the time all those little fees started kicking in, she could have flew Southwest. I tried to sign up a membership for Spirit. I ain't flew them yet. But Spirit flies to other countries and stuff too. I want to say they fly to Mexico and stuff. But let me see. The only way I do Spirit, unless I do a meetup, and I say, okay, y'all, we all gonna go on Spirit. We are gonna meet at we're gonna meet in Florida somewhere. See, I would go on Spirit somewhere just to say, oh, I want to go to Maryland. And then and I do one of those cheap flights. Other than that, nah, I ain't worried about fighting nobody. Because the way they look at it, they were acting up on Southwest too. So they act up on any of these airlines, to be honest. Long as I be able to go somewhere, get home, and that's it. Punta Cana. What? Spirit goes to Punta Cana. I just went on the Spirit website. They go to Punta Cana. See, if you know you trying to be real cheap, budget, they ain't got no money to go nowhere, and you want to go to Spirit, shoot, I'll take that one little bag. I ain't gotta pack a whole bunch of stuff. Just born a Caribbean, all you need is a bathing suit and something to wear to the airport and something to come back to wear back to the airport and some flip flops and some sneakers and bath stuff. I ain't not trying to spend all these extra for bags and stuff. People gotta be nope. You get a little old bag, go to Punta Cana. Let me see how much they talking about. I just looked on there. They got for London $245 to London, England. See, that's what I would do. I'll go on a real cheap. Where they going? I was just looking at Spirit. They have prices to London, $245. You can't beat that. Did I just say Spirit? Colas. I said Spirit. I ain't looking from where. What? 136. $136 to go to Rome, Italy. I don't know. I ain't go all that. I just clicked on the itinerary. I ain't look on all that. I'm quite sure they probably talk wherever Spirit fly. Ain't like they fly out of every single airport. I doubt that, but let me see. Oh, my bad. That wasn't no damn airline prices. That was the places for the hotel. That was the hotels. That was no airline. But that's still good to know. Expedia for the hotel. So that means I could use my $500 voucher and then go to Italy or Rome for the hotel. Oh, that wasn't for no hotel. That was no for airline flights. That was my bad. Looked at it wrong. I knew that was too good to be true. Too good to be true. But that was for Expedia.com for hotels. All right. It was saying Europe is open for travel with United. United is the only airline that says that 100% of the employees are vaccinated. They just said that today. Oh, so United, here I come, United. Once I use my voucher for you, Southwest Airlines, I'll be now be on United. They made it. They said that today on one of their things. They was talking about all the employees, 100%. Well, and what Italy had gone through with the first time they were going through it, they went through it. They the only, Europe, they don't play with that. They ain't playing with that. They not playing. You're not gonna go to Italy talk about I ain't wearing my mask. I ain't wearing no back. I ain't getting backs. You gonna be right up in somebody's jail. And ain't nothing worse than being in an international country going to jail over stupidness. Man, yep. They said they had 100% vaccination. If they didn't say 100%, they said 95%. And they said the only ones who didn't get vaccinated, they had claimed religious exemption, but they said that those who didn't, they got to get tested every day. And they also said that they're going to start charging a premium on the insurance too. And they said that if you in the international flights, you most certainly got to be vaccinated. So if you're a flight attendant or pilot and stuff internationally, you got to be vaccinated or get tested every day. But they said it was 90 something percent. I want to say they said all of them. Anyone, and if you not, yeah, but if you have health insurance, and you need to go to the doctor or whatever, you walk around with no insurance, either you pay the extra premium or you don't, or you just get vaccinated and move it about your business. That's all. And then I found out forward, boy, I was so mad. I sent them an email. I said, y'all said y'all gonna open up in the fall. Now I wrote them a nasty email about it. I've been waiting on this waiting list to go to forward. They talking about they not gonna be open in Atlanta until February of next year. I was like, really? I was so pissed. No. If you work for United, you cannot go on the international. You cannot be on the plane international flights if you are a pilot or flight attendant or whatever. Because in Europe, you have to be vaccinated. You ain't let nobody in there with no vaccination. So you can't go to people cannot, even though they did have this black family went to Mexico, and did they say that the someone didn't get one of them didn't get vaccinated, went to Mexico and they got tested, came on the border and they tested them. They had got vaccine. They had the vaccine and got sick. They ain't had no insurance. They didn't buy no travels insurance, and they had to. They got stuck in Mexico and had to end up paying thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars just to get back home. And all they had to do was get some health insurance, not health insurance, travels insurance. And this was in the beginning, you know. This was the beginning, not last year. It was this year. Went to Mexico and they ain't had no mask on and nothing. And didn't get no insurance. Didn't get no travelers insurance. Travelers insurance is only like $100, if not less. So you have travel insurance, and your flight gets disconnected, or you can't leave, and then the insurance will kick in, and then you have to pay for, go for a hotel. They'll pick you. You get to stay at a hotel. They pay for the extra stay in the hotel if anything happens on your trip. That's why when I go, they say, "Do you want travelers insurance?" Sure do. Yep, just in case I go up there and get sick and something happened. Even though I probably would have health insurance anyway, but I'm talking about the health insurance. Make sure it's covered. So that when I go to another country, I'm sick, I'm covered. But travelers insurance, it covers if you know, something happened to something happened when you out there and you get hurt, or they said that all flights are canceled, something like that, and you can't get home or whatever, and it's any number of reasons. There's any number of reasons these days. You cannot be this time and age. You go international to travel and you ain't vaccinated and you get sick, and then you got to be stuck up in the hospital at some foreign hospital in Mexico or some other country. You don't know what kind of ways they treat people. And then they say, "How much is this?" $10,000. Nope. Well, you got to see what I mean. I'm not talking about health insurance. I'm talking about travelers insurance. Travel insurance. Travel insurance will cover things like you go kayaking and you broke your leg or something, or you get injured, or something, or you traveling internationally, and you have insurance. It will cover medical part. Some covers hotel. If you get if the flights are canceled and you get stuck and you can't get home and you got to stay there, and you have a travels insurance, it will cover, like, hotel. You have to look at it. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't done international travel in years. I mean, I'm not a frequent. I think I probably done it maybe twice in my lifetime. Went on a cruise and went to Cancun, but I just know this time around, in this age of shutdowns and things like that, I would get travels insurance for sure. Bags get lost, you lose your. Well, I don't know. Trust me, they haven't shut down. No particular countries that shut down from people coming from the United States. So I'm quite sure if they say you come from the United States, you got to show that you've been fully vaccinated. So if you fully vaccinated, you could go. But if you're not, you ain't going nowhere. So people ain't going to Europe. People ain't going to Australia. People ain't going to no countries, China, talking about I'm going, I ain't vaccinated. Nope, you ain't coming in. Don't even waste your breath. I don't know why people so talk about Dubai. That ain't no way I wanna. I mean, I know it's nice and stuff. I heard it was nice. People say, oh, I ain't never been one of those people be so. I mean, I would like to go one day. I heard it was nice, but I don't know. In this climate of Taliban and in this age of Taliban and all this stuff going on in the Middle East, Dubai, mm-mm. They may be protected, but I'm not rushing to go Middle Eastern countries right now. People talk about. I always hear people talk about, oh, Dubai. It was a travel group one time. They went to Dubai, and it was a good price, and they went one year. But all people want to do to go to Dubai is talk about, oh, they could buy shopping. That's all they talking about. I'm not trying to go to no foreign country in Dubai and buy something just to bring it back. That ain't that. That's what those people say. They so fascinated about Dubai because they want to go shopping. And I'm like, no, for what? What about India and China? Colas, you could look this up yourself. You asking me things like I know. I don't know any more than you know. When you book a trip internationally, trust me, out. Not necessarily. I don't know. Not necessarily. I heard Thailand is really nice. I want to go somewhere where it's. I don't want to go to a major city in another foreign country, like major city where it's just, I want some place where it's going to be real peaceful, you know, because those countries are too big. It's so many things that people could say, oh, I want to go to India. Those people that say, oh, to India, they're going to see the Taj Mahal or something like that. China, it's like hundreds of countries in China. There people go to the Philippines. There's parts of the Philippines that I heard is really nice. That people, you see people on YouTube and they would nomads and they would travel to these foreign countries. And it was one particular guy. He was in Thailand, and wherever he was, I was like, oh my god, this looked like that. You could be in Thailand and be in a metropolitan metro city, but then you could be in another part of the country in Thailand, and it could be very peaceful and it'll be like night and day. And I ain't got no money like that to be doing that. There's some people they travel to foreign countries like that, but mm, like Jermaine Ellis, and he was doing all those different. You ever see his YouTube channel? He was doing all those travels to different countries. You know, he was all over the place and things like going to Airbnbs. But see, he ain't pay no rent. He lived in San Francisco. He wasn't paying no rent. He ain't pay. He had no car. He ain't had nothing. So of course he was able to do all that traveling and make it on YouTube videos about it. Last time I know, he's back here in the United States in San Francisco somewhere. I don't know. He live in an apartment. I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how he makes his money. I mean, he makes his money on YouTube, but he also was talking about a lot of investments too. He was doing like investments like Robinhood and all those stocks and stuff. So I don't know how he is financially, but for the last few years, when you saw he had made a lot of money referrals because he lived in San Francisco, so he was one of the first people who were doing Instacart, Ship, and Lyft and Uber Eats, because they all started in San Francisco when they first started, and he was maybe one of the few people who was on YouTube and doing it, and then did the referrals. he came in right at that time when things were brand new, and he had all that, and people started doing Uber and Lyft, and they would go and reference him. He was like one of the main people who was doing it. And then he was on his scooter and skateboard, and he was going to New York and lived in Airbnb. And you saw his video. You see his videos, Colas. He'd be in New York with the skateboard and in Brooklyn, New York at that, all up in the New York City. I was like, how the hell he'd be on San Francisco on those streets with that electric skateboard delivering food? And I don't know where he lived. I don't know if he had an apartment. I think he was sharing with several other people. When he first started, I can't believe, because it was at least 5 years when I started watching him. So ain't no telling what he was doing prior to me when I watched him. So he ain't had no money. I said, dang, he ain't got no kind of bills. He would rent a car. He may rent a car occasionally or whatever at one time, and then they doing the scooter, the electric bike, and then he started doing, and he made a lot of money in that referrals. I know he did. I know he made a lot of money because it was only him who was the main people that was really making some money. And then he started traveling, and then he grew his channel. You know how many people he got on his channel? I'm curious. Let me see. Jermaine Ellen. Mhm. I just went to his channel. I subscribed. At first I unsubscribed from him. He got 92.8 subscribers. He just was on there 10 minutes ago talking about, is San Francisco becoming more expensive? I was like, I'm curious to see what his perspective is, because San Francisco, I went to San Francisco when I was in the 11th grade. When I went to Walton High School, I went there as a free trip to be an ambassador of the school in New York, and went there to a different high school in San Francisco. And it was pretty to me at the time. That was 1986. And went to the Crookedest Road, Little China, Fisherman's Wharf. I did miss going to Alcatraz because I remember I had bought me a $5 ticket to go to Alcatraz on a tour, and somehow I missed it. So I didn't get to see that. But it was, at that time, it was real clean and stuff. But now I heard it's like, ugh. I heard San Francisco is like real gone. Dirty. People be stealing and robbing and running out the Walgreens. They said crime is real bad up in San Francisco now. Yep. I think at one point, Jermaine Ellis, they was, when they had that economic cut, those hotels and stuff with that in downtown in San Francisco, that a lot of those real estate busts. I don't know. I'm gonna look at his video again. Sometimes you have to go away from people for a while just to come back and see if they have anything interesting to say. Because after a while, he was getting a little bit too much, and I was like, no, I don't watch him no more. But I'm curious to see now what he's doing. But yeah, he was living in one of those hotels in San Francisco. It was like either it was a bunch of bums or homeless people that were living in the real nice looking hotels that was abandoned. I don't know if it was abandoned or it just had no occupancy rate to the point where people were living there. I don't know if they were living there for free or something, but I heard they're doing all kind of nasty stuff now in San Francisco. Nothing but transients, people coming from wherever, homeless people like Seattle, and they San Francisco. I heard got I don't know. I don't know why he's still living in San Francisco because he's from Tennessee. I know he got family in Tennessee because one time he came back to Tennessee to family members, and I don't know if he was going to a funeral or whatever, but he had to wear shoes and the regular clothes, and he was like, "I feel uncomfortable, boy. If you don't put those damn shoes on." And I don't know. He always come up a little bit flaky to me, like he's a little bit like cuckoo, not cuckoo like crazy, but he always come up a little bit kind of. One point, me and somebody else was speculating that he must be sick because he started looking real sickly looking. He was all over those foreign countries and stuff. I said, "Boy, you better eat some meat. You need to get some vitamin B in your system." Because he wouldn't, he would try to say he vegan, but he would eat unhealthy vegan. He would say he vegan, but he would eat a lot of processed vegan foods. I said, that is not even healthy. That's what I'm saying. You can't always be thinking, I ain't eat no meat. And then you talk about you vegan and you eating stuff out of a box. Just because it's in a box don't make it healthy either. You get those stuff from Trader Joe and some of those vegan meals. It has high sodium, just as much salt, processed, and not even no nutrients. So he started looking a little bit sick after a while. I'm like, why are you looking so crazy? Then he had those little different color stuff in his hair. He was trying to grow something. I don't know what he got going on. But he just did a video. He talked about going to Berkeley with my boo. I'm like, he be going doing too much. I just saw a couple of his titles on a few videos he made, so I don't know. I'll probably watch him tonight once I go to bed, lay down, see what he's doing. He talk about he going to with his boo. It looked like it's some white girl. I don't know. He a little bit kind of. I thought he was gay at one time. I was like, he gay, but I don't know. He never. I know at one time I was in his live chat. I asked him that too. He never said no. He never said. He never said no. He never came out and said no. He kind of danced around it and talked around it. It wouldn't make no difference to me. I was just curious. I was just wondering. But some white girl he go out with. When I looked at the thumbnail, it looked like she's a little bit questionable. I was like, that's your boo. A lot of gay men, they be like, that's my boo. They don't, it's not like they don't like women or they hate women or vice versa. But I don't know. So I started seeing he started doing a lot of videos, but he ain't saying what kind of job he's doing. I doubt he's doing Uber Eats and stuff anymore. So I don't know how he making money. I guess maybe he doing it nomad. I'm gonna go around with my skateboard, electric bike, and live in the woods. Because last time I saw a video of him 3 months ago, he was him and this boo, and it didn't look like the same girl. I have to look. I'm real curious now. It looked like they were in the woods somewhere talking about setting up a tent, and they were living somewhere out in San Francisco in the woods somewhere, living in a tent. And I was like, where the hell he living at? Where the hell he at? You know? I mean, I know people do the van life and stuff like that, but if I'm gonna live in San Francisco or Oakland or any of those places around and I'm going camping, there's a difference between you got a camper and you going camping, but just to randomly live somewhere in the woods just because. I understand people do the van life, living in their car, um, a bus, whatever. I don't know. He ain't doing that. So I said, I know he ain't part of the van life. So, mm, I don't know. Who knows? I just don't understand. Why would you stay out there in San Francisco? He might as well just come on back. He might as well go on back to Tennessee or whatever. But he's doing it. So, because if you was able to travel to all these different countries and you ain't had, that means you ain't had no apartment when you left. He had no apartment. He had no car. So that means you ain't paying gas, electric, nothing. Just a little clothes in your back and your skateboard in your hand. And that's it. And he was just living in Airbnbs. And I want to say he was even staying at Airbnbs when he lived in San Francisco. I don't know. I just don't. Mm-hmm. See, if I was going to do something like that and plan it, I'll rent my house. Whether I do the rooms or buy the thing, I'll rent this a house for like 1,600. My mortgage is 9. I make $800, $900 a month residual income, and still be able to work somewhere else. Shoo, I ain't got to worry about paying gas, electric, and stuff like that. You start doing the van life or the SUV life or whatever, or do Airbnb and travel. I wouldn't got to. I didn't have to worry about all the other expenses associated with living in a home. I could travel. I could do anything that I wanted to do, and that's what my plan is. I already told y'all a year from now, I'm planning on saving my money so I could upgrade this house. Like upgrade the bathrooms and upgrade the little old fixtures, so it's ready for me to rent to someone. Whether I try to rent it. Yeah, it could be crazy, but I've seen people do it. But I'm not trying to buy no van. I'm gonna go to a van place that's right on 78. They sell RVs and stuff. I'm curious. I'm gonna go there probably like a Sunday or sometime during the week when I don't have classes to go to. But we don't take our winter break until sometime in November. But I want to go up to one of those SUV. They got a couple SUV places, one up the street and one the opposite direction. I passed it up there in Loganville. They got a RV place. See, I would do an RV if I had someone else with me that wanted to do it. Cause I ain't one for I'm one for not to be driving. But see, I have an SUV, but I don't want to. After that Nissan Rogue, it ain't gonna be able to tow that much. It's not gonna be able to. I don't think that Rogue would tow. I think they're only gonna hold tow a certain capacity. But there was somehow or another. Some people live in an RV, their SUV, They put the seats down in the back, and they sleep in the back, and then they have it's how you organize. I've been watching a lot of people organizing things and how they did it. And some people live in the car. They just they have like a little extension tent, and they just put it out there and just put the seats down. Because I would never take the seats out of the car, out of that SUV. I would lay it down flat. Because I think there's a way that I could lay my thing in the back and lay it down flat, lay the back seats down. But I would have to, I don't know. I always, for some reason, wanted to at least give it a try. But you could rent RVs. There's a app that you could actually rent RVs, that people have RVs and they park and they don't use it for during the summer or during the winter, or they only use it seasonal. There's people that actually you can rent RVs from and do it. Some people live in a van. To be honest, I think a lot of people I've been watching on YouTube that have been living in a van is, I'm not talking about those very expensive, nice looking RVs that look like a house and they could, drive it and park it and go to park. People I honestly believe who live in vans, or especially if it's older vans, RVs, or even their car, a lot of people I think they either lost the apartment or they couldn't afford any place to live, and to do so to save their money, they did that. I think that a lot of people do it not because, I want to say, I think a lot of people did it because they financially strapped. And a lot of people with that rent moratorium, because that thing was September. So in these coming months, a lot of people are going to be living in their cars. A lot of people are going to be forced to live in their cars because they messed up their rental history. The minute they ain't pay no rent and all that stuff, and they get kicked, they ain't gonna find no apartments. And then for them to move into a house, that's why I said I think I'll be in a good position to hire a property manager company and find someone who wanted to rent and make sure that they pay. But a lot of people are gonna have to resort to living in the car. They're gonna be living in their car, and I ain't talking about they're gonna buy an SUV or an RV. What she said she was gonna do? She said she was getting evicted, but did she find some place or she gonna move? Because if unless you have family members you can live with. Hmm. Well, some people just can't. Whatever her reasoning is of why she couldn't pay rent or whatever the situation. If she was working, and if she was working and her rent was not enough for her to cover her bills and everything else, then she should have had roommates. What? She had her and her two kids. What about, well, did you ask her about her family? Where was she from? Because ain't no way. See, that's where a lot of people get in trouble. Like some of these smart out of coworkers I got. I'm grown. I pay my bills. Just because I told this one girl, I said, girl, don't be leaving her here at this time of night. Where you going? I'm going to my boyfriend's house in Southwest Atlanta. I said, girl, you better leave at least around 5 o'clock. Don't be leaving in 2, 3. Talking about you ain't got no gas in the car and stop. I said, don't do that. That's dangerous. I said, I'm old enough to be your mama. And she was like, my mama don't care. That's why I cared. That's why I said it. you know? And I said, girl, that's dangerous. I said, my grandparents and mother and father and stuff, Even though they still tell me call when you get home. They don't be just let you leave the house middle of the night, driving at night, going back to Georgia. That's dangerous. I told her, I said, girl, that's dangerous. Don't do that. People in Atlanta getting shot on the highways and stuff. But she came to work the next day. When I said, she came with a little attitude the next day. I don't know what was wrong, but I don't know. If she got two kids and stuff and she getting evicted, they gave you enough time. See, they already went to the proceedings. They already went to court. See, she better not have her stuff thrown on the street because they will come with the marshals and throw your crap right up on the road in the street. So hopefully she had a plan. But if she ain't got no plan, how's she gonna move? How's she gonna move her stuff? Did she tell you? Cause she's telling you your business. She probably waiting for you to say something. Cause you got something, that's what people do. You got any place to stay, or they thinking you'll be sorry for her, and then you be telling her, well, you can stay with me. You can stay on the couch, and the kids could come. See, she'll be moving right in with your house, right in your apartment, Colas. She'll be moving in with you. I tell you, there ain't no real Gucci clothes. Gucci ain't made no clothes for no children. Gucci did not have no label for no kids. Gucci did not make no clothes for no children. People need to quit. And she probably got that $3,600 per child or $3,000 per child for 4 months. So I don't understand. How old is those kids? If those kids were under 17, that means she was getting at least $6,000+ for 4 months with those kids, not even including the stimulus check. I'm talking about the one check. So yes, and she was going crazy. Oh shoot. And she ain't got no money. She got at least, she had enough money from that 4 months. Let me see. They still giving out that check for 4 months? When they gave that thing out. She just got some checks. So what I don't know. You know what? I stopped trying to reason about what people do. I stopped reasoning with people because if she was working and had a job and she was getting money, ain't no way. Even if you just have to buy the bare minimum, and as long as you're able to pay rent, buy food for your kids, and go to Goodwill to get clothes, and you got enough money to go, she got a car. Well, we'll see what happens. If she talk about she broke and stuff, maybe she got someplace to live. I don't know. I wouldn't even be worried about it. She get her stuff because I'm quite sure she may be saying all that or doing all that to prevent from crying. Because some people will do that. They're not gonna cry, so they're gonna not make light of it, but they're gonna do that because they don't really want to. They hiding the pain and the shame, but they're gonna say that, and I guess they hope and think that somebody's gonna say, "Oh, girl, come on." A lot of people be trying to use kids. People say, "You got those children? Come on, oh, come on, you can let me stay with me." Let me tell you how the conversation gonna go, because I've been suckered like that. Trust me, I've been suckered in the past in my lifetime over stuff. Not, having people kids, well, I ain't gonna get into it, but I've been suckered like that, feeling sorry. But like, oh, the kids, let me go and get you something to eat. Oh, you can let them stay over here, because So they find that person, they find that one person who got the soft spot. Just like we all telling me about that coworker. Y'all said, don't let her stay over there. And I said, no. And she came over here and slept all day and didn't want to help me clean the house. And we worked at the same job at Wipro. I go to work to go to this other job for 3 days. She go to work, not even, then she turn around and leave, run across the street. But all kind of crazy. Hey, might go to a shelter. She will be going to a shelter. She waiting. I'm telling y'all, she coming in to say that. She waiting for one of y'all to come up in and give her a helping hand. Don't be shocked, Cole. Listen, she asks you, can you help me move my stuff? I got some things and I need help moving. She gonna ask you, watch. She gonna ask you to help her move. She gonna help you. She gonna actually help you move. Where's her parents at? Where her mother? Where her parents at? Don't she got family? Aunts, uncles, cousins, somebody. See, that's how you know people burn their bridges. If your own family members can't help you, you be like, where your mom? Where your parents at? Where your mama at? Even if they live in another state and you know you about to go homeless, you gonna pack up whatever crap you got and go back on home. Go back home. At this point, that's some people's option. But see, some people's parents and mothers, especially mothers, when they be carrying on themselves, I be like, oof. They be calling their own daughters and stuff. That bitch and this and that. I'm like, who's this? My mama. I'm like, damn. Just like the one who rented my room in my with neighbor when she was moving to Florida. Her mama was off the chain. Her mom was like, all right, now don't let her talk no mess. This. I was like, dang, that was her mother telling me that. And she, she came back to Atlanta, back to Stone Mountain to Georgia with that rental truck. And that old man, he ain't help. He ain't lift a finger. I was like, dang. Your own mama lived in Conyers, which is down the road and stuff. Couldn't even help you move, keep your stuff. And move, so she had to find, I don't know. She moved that stuff right on out by herself until these two white guys came to help her. And she drove that truck all the way back to Fort Lauderdale that day too, that same day. So some people's parents, they got parents right there in the state, live in the same city. Even some of their parents don't be wanting to help them. Even if you did. I don't know. I don't live in Peachtree City. I mean, it's nice. I heard they're the only unique city where you have to have a golf course to drive around. I went there. It's nice. I've seen some nice homes, but that's only one part that I've seen. But you have to have a golf cart. That's how that city is planned in a way. You still drive your car, but you have to. It's something, but it's too far. That's way past the airport. That's way past. It was pretty nice when I've been out there, but too far for me to go. I don't like going that part of town. I don't live on the east side of town, right off of 20. So when it's time for me to move out of Georgia, I'll just hop on 20 and go straight to South Carolina. I want to. Yeah, because it's near the airport. That's why. That's going towards the airport. So a lot of people live on that side of town because when it's time for them to go out of take flights and stuff, they live on the east, they live on the south side of town where it's convenient for the airport, for them to get to the airport. College Park is ghetto, East Point ghetto. So Peachtree City is pretty nice. What I've seen of it when I went there to deliver groceries or something one day. I had to go out there with something. And it was pretty nice. I was kind of like, oh, this is nice out here. And they had a golf cart. When you go to their city, Everything. That's how they traveled, and that was very unique. I never seen such thing like that before. I saw was white folks with nice houses and nice lawns. So ain't no telling what it looked like, but it's probably still nice. I don't remember being. It reminds you like it's a city, small little town, but just no golf carts like golf. That's what you actually have to have a golf cart. It's a city ordinance that you have golf carts and go around the neighborhoods in the city. That whole city was planned and set up to be like that. I've been on here for 4 hours. 60 y'all still on here? Who else is on here? I know Dorian's working. Who else is watching in the background? Who else is in the background? Only name I see on here is Colas. Last time I heard from someone was what, 3 hours ago. Romeo, you still here? Dorian, I know you probably watching. Blue True. These nuts. I ain't heard from you. Shelly Shell, I know you probably fell asleep watching. Glory I Beast. But what you think? What you think that coworker's gonna do though? Because she better be making her way about getting rid of her stuff unless she don't have anything at all. That's possible. She probably don't have no furniture and things like that. I don't know about that. I heard that ain't nobody approved nothing. So I heard that. I don't want to talk about COVID no more. I'm done talking about that. I'm done talking about COVID. I ain't got nothing to talk about that. Not for today. Maybe something new will come up, but I ain't talking about COVID no more. More I keep hearing people talking silliness, the more upset I'm gonna be about people's rationale. I told you she gonna do that. I'm telling you she gonna ask you. You live in the house, Colas, with who? They gonna find out who in there got a house or they think you got space or whatever, and she gonna ask you. She gonna find out who got a basement. She gonna ask. She gonna find out who got a house, and can I stay with your baby? I could give you 300 a month. Oh no. She gonna ask you. No, we moving to Georgia. They got enough hood rats up in Georgia to be moving over here. She better off staying in Florida. Georgia ain't no. Mm-mm. She might be better off staying where she at, because at least she got a job. If she's working and she got a job, where the baby daddy at? He could, if she got two kids, where the father at? Where he at? What he doing? People be having kids and then you be asking where the baby daddy at? Where what they doing other than if they in jail. But if they not in jail, where the hell they at? mean she don't want to pay for housing? I never heard that before. Is that why she's not moving back home? Because her parents or mother probably asked her to pay rent? I don't know. We'll see what happens. You'll see what happens. If she got a car, she'd probably be living in her car. What? She's in her 40s, really? Hmm. I don't know. She gonna have to live in her car, and when she go to work, those kids be right in the car or be right there at work with her, sleeping in the car. I don't know. There'll be a whole bunch of people, but I know one thing: no more. I will not do that with no one. No more. I will not. I will not do it. I've helped people in the past and got burnt in the process. So nope, I would never do it. But like, okay, well, you could try to Atlanta. You could call United Way 611 and see if they can give you some information about a shelter. I don't care how big this house is. I will not let no one come. Nope. And if someone stays over here, trust me, they're gonna be. I'm already gonna have a thing in place. You're gonna have to be like, like my uncle when he was talking about wanting to move to Atlanta. I ain't heard from him since. She can't afford to live up north. If you can't afford to live in Florida, ain't no way you're gonna afford to live in up north. I'll go to up north to do what? You can't get no more. I ain't saying Florida's cheap, but it's a way more better to find some place where you already there. She already got a job. If you already got a job, ain't no point in her moving to another state to do what? There ain't no benefits. There are no benefits. You people be thinking moving up north, you're gonna get benefits. You know how many people struggling as it is? They ain't got no benefits. She cannot move to another state and talk about, oh, I'm homeless, I ain't got no money. You'll be, you're not even a resident of the state. You can't move to another state. There ain't no housing. There's no housing. Cold as I don't know what tree you lived under. There is no housing. That's why there's the problem with um, affordable housing all across these United States. I'm not even talking about the world, all over the United States. Hmm. And you know how I don't know how the Bronx is now. All that flooding and stuff that happened, man. You can't even find places. You can't even find affordable housing in the Bronx. My cousin who live in the Bronx, he don't even live in an apartment. He live in a room inside of an apartment somewhere. His room is my room is bigger. This room here that y'all see in the background is bigger than his room. My standard bedroom is bigger than the room he live in the Bronx. I go over there to visit him, and I ain't knocking him. He's a single man. You know, he take care of his mom, my aunt. She's 95, 96 years old, whatever. And he works, and we came to visit, and he said, you know, his bed was right there. Boom, the TV right there. That's all he needed, you know. And then the people who was in the other rooms in this apartment, you know, they had rooms, and I guess whatever kitchen or whatever else they had, I didn't even see if he cooks. It didn't look like he cooks, so he always eating out all the time. Or you know, he could go when my aunts and them they used to live together in the Bronx on Morris Avenue. They had that brownstone, and my aunts, they were two of them. They always lived together. One of them passed away now, but before they moved into a nursing home in the Bronx, that brownstone caught on fire. They lived in the Bronx on Morris Avenue. They lived in one brownstone, and then they moved to another brownstone. But they all lived in that brownstone. My aunt, my cousin, they was in one room. My other aunt had a bedroom that was in the front, and then they had another bedroom where my other cousin lived. So they all lived together for years. They all lived in that brownstone. And one point I would say it was like one, two, three, four. It might have been five or six of them lived in that brownstone. And then when my other cousins, you know, they came about, and then it would be, yeah, they all lived together for years. And when they moved, when that caught on fire, they lived in the senior living home, and right across the street from the Bronx Zoo. And even then, my two aunts, they still lived together. When they lived in that senior citizen housing, it was two of them lived together. When they moved in together, they always lived together for years. I don't think I ever remember seeing them live apart. Even as a little girl, they lived together until my aunt passed away. And then my other aunt, my cousin's mother, she lived there now by herself. But my family, I remember, and that's on my father's side, they lived in places, they lived for years. I think they had rent control or something. It was something where you couldn't go up and rent, because you know a lot of those apartments, Valentine Avenue and stuff was rent controlled for years. Some of them still live in those same apartments. Lived in apartments for like 40, 45 years, maybe 50 years, if not, because I'm 52. So I know they lived there way, 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 way then. You know? And this is in the Bronx, so ain't no way of people moving. Hey, Lady TH. So ain't no way people just moving just to be moving. The only people who moving, they move out of New York, they out of Brooklyn, Harlem. All those white folks move those people out, move all up in Long Island. Long Island's so ghetto. I went to Long Island one time, like, oh my God. And I was like, dang, that's where all the black people moved to. They moved out of Brooklyn and Queens and stuff, and they moved way up in there in the there's a certain section in Long Island, not all of Long Island, but see, I'm so glad I live where I live. You know, I'm never gonna be complaining about where I live. You know, there's certain things I may not like about it. I mean, it may be too much for me, too much, and I want to downsize. That's the only reason why I'm speaking about downsizing, because I wish I wouldn't have. I would like to have people stay with me, not live and be like, "Oh, I got no place to live. Can I stay with you?" No, you know, they're gonna have to help me pay rent. You know, pay something, pay and share the expenses. But Yeah, I got this 4 bedroom, three and a half, 4 bedroom, 2.5 bath. One's my office. One is in this room. I got another empty room, and then the room I sleep in. But technically, if I wanted to sleep in this room, which is the master, and the other one is my office, or even if I make this my office and bedroom, but I'm keeping them separate for tax reasons. No, I ain't doing that. I had somebody stay with me. I ain't going to talk about it because it's going to make me mad. They ain't had no place to go. No, I ain't want to talk about it. They did that crap. I got food stamps. I had to buy the groceries and that's it. Nope. When I was thinking about doing that, was renting out one of these rooms and people share the common space. I thought about it, but people I ain't got no place to live. I can move tomorrow. And I said, no, no. What kind of job you got? I could do Uber when I get, nope, nope, not doing that. And this COVID thing really put a real big, that really put a stoppage on my plans on ever doing that. Only way how I do that is if I was sharing. If my uncle said he moved to Atlanta, and I would charge him at this point it was $600, but I think I'm gonna have to up the price to $700 a month. That because everything going up in price, gas, electric. So I would charge $700 a month. Share the you got your own bathroom because technically this room is the master bathroom. The other one is the room for the guest bathroom, and the half bathroom is downstairs, and it's not a full bath. I don't have no shower. But if I wanted to remodel this whole house and remodel it in a way, yeah, it would be all included. 700. Well, food, no, they got to buy your own food because everybody ain't gonna eat the same things. Yeah, that would include everything. It'll cover the electric, water, gas. Everybody share the common downstairs, and I'm not even downstairs. I don't even go downstairs. There's no TV down there. The TV's up here in this room. You know, it'll be the common area. If they want a room and they want to put a TV in the room, I ain't doing no cable. So I have the lines drawn up. I could put cable, but I'm not doing that cable stuff. Because when it's time, because I don't want cable. I don't need cable. Nope. I don't live near a bus line unless you walk 5 miles up Rockbridge Road and catch the nearest MARTA. But you're gonna have to walk a good sum to get the nearest bus. Otherwise, you would have to have a car or a bike. you know, they was talking about building some apartments down the street or some way they was talking about. I was like, hell no. They were talking about having public transportation that's gonna run, but they voted it down. I said, how the hell they gonna vote something down for public transportation? It still wouldn't be this close. Yeah, well, I don't know about dropping nobody off, but some people could walk. I walked miles and miles. I walked miles and miles before. I walked miles. You may have to take that good walk down Rockbridge Road, and because the nearest bus stop is at least 4 miles. No, not even 4 miles. It's at least 6, 7 miles. If not, I don't know. I have to figure it out. I mean, you have a hoopty or a bike, you know. I don't live near public. That's the only thing I didn't like about is if I was thinking about it is not living near public transportation. Not because of all the people, but um, public transportation. But there's Uber, if people needed to go so. I mean, put it this way: if somebody they want to work at Amazon, even though you gotta have to wait to work at Amazon, the one up the street from the house. If somebody was working at Amazon, we work at the same place, not the same shift necessarily, but most people, some way or another, they have a car. Most people in Atlanta at some point have a car. I didn't have a car when I moved to Atlanta because I lived in the city. I lived in the city, so I didn't necessarily get a car right away. Matter of fact, that Toyota Corolla that I be driving, that was the first car. No, that was the second car that I ever bought. My first car was a Mazda Protege that got into a car that got in an accident on 285 one day. And then that Corolla. I bought that Toyota Corolla, and I don't even drive. Sometimes I didn't drive that car when I had to go to Alpharetta. Sometimes I take the bus. I live right on the bus line. I'll give it to the Darlington Apartments, and I'll take the bus. And sometimes I'll drive to work. Sometimes I took the bus. So sometimes I say, oh, if I don't feel like driving today, I'm going to take the MARTA. And I did that a few times. So that was the only thing is not living in public transportation. But it's easy to get if somebody wanted to, if they didn't have public transportation and you have a, see, the thing about me, when I work from home, I'll be working from home come December. And then I'll be working Amazon those 3 days a week. But eventually, depending on, I just want to stay at Amazon long enough just to finish that program at Generation and taking advantage of if seeing I could take some extra courses and let them pay for it for the 100%. Once Amazon give me that voucher at 100% to go to school, that's it. I gotta stay at Amazon at that point. I'm like, oh, because my year, remember I told y'all, next year around this time, God willing, I plan on travel. I plan on fixing this house up. I'm gonna save all my little money from all these extra little gig work that I be doing, and I'm gonna get one of my get my friend to get that contractor to come over here to tell me how much it costs for me to upgrade to the bathrooms and upgrade these house and tell me how much it costs to, not do everything, but at least do a lot of majority upgrades because it needs a lot of things need to be fixed in this house. That's why I can't rent. That's why I'm not renting it out right now because there's a lot of things that needs to be done. I need to, once I get rid of a lot of this clutter and then lift up this carpet, probably put brand new carpet, upgrade the bathrooms, paint. It's these little, it's not little things. It's these things. I need to do things together. Oh, that bed is about to go downstairs, right back in the garage. That ain't got no there ain't got no rails. That the rail thing broke. So that's why I ain't got that's why that thing is sitting in the corner. I'm not gonna throw it away. I'm gonna actually donate it. I have the other bed in the other room. This bed post you see in the back and stuff. I'm not buying another mattress. That was already. It's like the stilts on there is it's not it's broken in a way, but I don't have another mattress. My mattress, and I bought that mattress at Wayfair and stuff. That mattress is in the other room in the other bed. I have these old bed. I have two bed posts and stuff. I need to get rid of that. That ain't work. The other one, I have another bed frame and stuff in posts, and it was in the other room. I took that mattress out of that old mattress, and I don't need these two bed things. That's going to Goodwill. Those are going to be donated. And that piece of wood, that's just, I'm going to keep that because lumber is kind of expensive. But other than that, I had 3 beds in this house. And that mattress was so lumpy and old, I got rid of it. And then I got rid of the other mattress. And that's it. And then I got my mattress I bought from Wayfair. It was actually a bed in a bag in a box. And you know. So Anybody could come to move in here. They got to either buy a mattress and or I got that air mattress that's in a box brand new that I never use. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to get two new mattresses and stuff. I ain't got guests like that. My mother and grandmother came to visit. It had three beds in this house, you know. But that was a mattress and a bed frame and everything. And the other bed frame and them things in the other room. It wasn't that I didn't put the bed together. It had a this was a they already had a mattress in there. I tell you, I don't got that mattress and stuff no more. So unless I plan on buying another bed with a brand new mat, I'm not planning. To be honest, I'm not trying to buy another mattress and other beds and stuff because if I'm downsizing, I don't have to. I had one less bed to worry about, and if I have a and if I wanted to put the bed together, I'll buy one of those air mattresses and put that thing. And it'll be an air mattress people be sleeping on, or get one of those real inexpensive. But it's not that's not put together. I already had it was an old mattress. He was old mattresses on these two beds, and I got rid of them. It was old. I was like, man, it's time to get me. Let me get rid of these old mattresses, and I bought me one mattress for myself to sleep on. See, I don't have guests. I don't have people come to visit me and have a guest room and all that stuff. My mother came to visit. Yeah, I had a guest room. I had, I had a guest room. This was my bed. The two um, rooms in the back, those were the guest rooms, and they had mattresses and stuff. But after I got rid of those mattresses, that was it. I just kept the bed. I got rid of the mattress and I kept those bed frames, and that was it. Only difference is I never took those downstairs because I wasn't the I was just I was trying to decide if I wanted to get some brand new beds and make a guest room, but it's easier for me to not have that there because once I declutter these rooms and get rid of stuff and whatever, I want to paint this room. So I'm not putting back nothing back up because I want to paint this room, paint this ceiling, upgrade that old fan, upgrade the bathrooms. So I'm not trying to put new furniture. The only thing that's on this new is that bike. So it's time for me to lift up this carpet because I'm gonna wait and see if Lowe's have that free carpet install. Every year they have a free carpet install, and I'm gonna lift up this carpet up here from upstairs. All of this carpet is gonna be uplifted, but I want to remodel. I want to remodel this house. So so in the meantime, because it's hard to find a contractor, let me tell you, I'll be like, ooh, people like we busy, everybody want, nobody, I was like, oh, that's the hardest thing is finding somebody. And I know someone, my friend, she got a contract to work for 20 years and all her property investments. And every time I said, can you go Doran, come over here? He need to, he always busy. That's how the man he is. He's slow, but he's good. I already saw the pictures on Facebook of my friend home she bought. She lived in Conyers, got this beautiful house in Conyers. She sold that. Then she moved to Smyrna, townhome, 3 stories townhome, sold that. Then she moved to Smyrna. Then I found out she moved up to Snellville. I was like, what? You finally moved over there? She had all of these 20 something properties. She's a millionaire. She does real estate investing. She got in with a group of people. Then she got her real estate license. She buys houses and buys them and slip her. She's worth me. She works for Kimberly Clark, like not engineering, but project manager. She makes six figures at her job. She ain't broke. She got money. Trust me. She got a pool. She can pull the have a house. I said, "When you gonna invite me to your open house?" So she finally is finally finished, and she found this place right up in Snell, right up this not too far from where I live. It's in the cut. You don't even know it's there. She got a pool in the backyard. I said, "You got a pool?" I said, "I gotta see this." And she said she spent what? I said, "How much you got for it?" She had 300,000 or something. And she sold that townhome up in Smyrna. She made $80,000. By the time when she sold it, she made 80,000 plus. I guess that's assuming all the real estate fees and things like that. She said she was tired. She didn't live there that long. She only lived there 3 years, 3 4 years the most. And she said that she was tired of going up and down those stairs with the townhome, and she only bought it because she wanted to be closer to her mother that lived in a nursing home at the time when the mother passed away. There was no reason for her to live there. She said people complained that she lived too far. I said, Smyrna, that is not far. You know, she always made money, always, in every property, house, and stuff. So she helped me deep clean my house. She so OCD. She really deep cleaned my house. She came over here and she deep cleaned my damn kitchen, living room downstairs was shiny. You remember Colas when I was doing all that cleaning with my mother and grandmother all up until the time they pulled up. And y'all saw how y'all remember. I showed you the pic. You remember I showed y'all the film in the background, how clean and organized my house was. It would be dark. I could turn up the lights. It would be that sparkling. So I got to do that OCD cleaning again. But I've been so busy, been so tired. Man, if you let stuff go, it is hard. So now I've been looking at YouTube videos how to get organized. So they said set a timer for 15 minutes and work one room and do it by zones and literally have 3 boxes. Garbage, things that does not need to be in the room, and stuff you need to donate. And I need to, I already got one box in the other room, one bag in the other room, just trying to get rid of all these papers, all these dang papers and stuff I got in the file cabinets and books that I don't even read. That be all, I need to get rid of all that junk. Declutter. They said first you need to declutter first. And that's where I'm at. I'm like, God dang. So all the little stuff, I supposed to have been took that, these little things here, they've been sitting here, I supposed to have been took that to the Goodwill or at least put it outside and call someone to pick it up. Because I don't know if I don't think I need those anymore. I know y'all tired of looking at it and say, why she got that stuff propped up on the wall? I know y'all tired of looking at it because I'm tired of looking at it. Shoot. So I need to declutter and just literally purge stuff I got in the closet. And I got a whole bunch of clothes and everything. I just need to get rid of stuff. Just get rid of it. Because when it's time for me to move, or it's time for me to, even if I don't move, I decide to travel, everything, all the lights and stuff be turned off in this house. Doop, 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 unless I have somebody come over, check it out. Like, I need somebody to house sit and just come on to the house and just make sure check on everything. Those cats, they gone too. They gonna be gone too. Matter of fact, that kitten that be meowing and all that stuff, I'm going to take him right to the pound come tomorrow, sometime this week. They ain't been crying and meowing, so, but that cat getting a little bit big. They get big real fast, and I don't need another cat. I said, nope. Even though, somebody would love you, but it's too much. I can't keep up. That's why the cats are outside. That's why the big ones, they outside. I don't know where they at. They'll come around when it's time to eat. I'll put their little cat food outside. They'll come around. But in terms of keeping a cat in the house, that's why people say, "Oh, you get a dog." I said, nope, I'm not going to get a dog because I'm not planning on, I plan on doing something totally different, and if I was to get a different position or somewhere like contract or something that requires me to move, my goal plan is to save at least $15,000 and say I got $15,000 and try to. I ain't gonna do a big major rehaul remodel, but I'm gonna at least start off with basic. Certain things I'm gonna try to learn to do myself. Like not plumbing and electric, but I'm gonna try to do little things by myself. And then my friend that owned all these houses and stuff, I know she knows how to work some stuff too. So I just have to get her over here to help me and tell me what advice. She said, when you're ready for advice, let me know. And then we'll go from there. But I'm not going to do no Section 8 housing. I'm not going to apply for no Section 8 vouchers. I'm not going to do that because you still have to get a home inspector to come to look at your house to approve if whether or not it could be rent for Section 8. And they're not going to give me the market value than what I could get in rent. They're going to try to be like, oh, we give about $1,100, $1,000 a month. My mortgage is $900 and something. So they ain't gonna try to give me market value if I rented it out myself. And these houses up here, up in this subdivision, a lot of people have been calling people wanting to sell their house. Some people are already remodeling. I see people working on their houses and stuff. So some people, they either gonna sell the house, they're about to sell it, or if they're not gonna sell it, they plan on um some people, I have never seen them leave out a house. I think some people rent. A lot of people rent these houses in here. Some people live here, they own it, but some people, I think, a lot of people starting to realize that they could lease it because leasing your house will give you more of passive income versus me selling it and getting one, you know, hopefully I'll make, by the time they pay off the house, pay off the fees, I might get 50, 60,000 when I know I could just rent it and hire a property manager company, pay them about $150 a month and let them manage, let them collect the rent. I pay $150 monthly fee. They take care of the, you know, things that needs to be done, like if someone need to get the grass cut, things like that. So, and then when the house is paid off, I pay off the HOA fees, and this house is gonna be rental. This is gonna be a rental property. I've always said from the very beginning when I bought this house, I said, you know what, this will make a good investment property for me in the future. I've always thought that. I never had my intentions on thinking I was going to stay here forever because I knew it wasn't going to be. I knew eventually I'm going to be going back to South Carolina. My mother has a home. My we have houses in our family. And I always knew eventually I was either going to move to South Carolina or this big old mosquito. I know there ain't no dang big old mosquito. It looked like a mosquito. You about to come flying through that window. I was like, But I'm not gonna, when I get about 60, I'll be 53 next month. I only got 7 more years before I turn 60, God willing. God willing, 7 years from now, I'll be 60 years old. And yes, I'm starting a new career. learning. But I could always learn the code and web design, but I could always start my own business. I could always offer my services as a contractor and offer services to do web development for businesses, small businesses and stuff. Because a lot of people don't realize, you know, I want to learn how to do apps, web design. That's a skill. And people be paying for that. You ain't got to go and know, some foreign country somewhere, somebody in a whole different country to, people be, paying people they've never met, never seen. And, there's sites you go to Fiverr, they offer services. So my goal is to be financially debt free, get these student loans out the way, get this mortgage out the way, pay off this HOA fees, what I need to do. That's it. I don't have no credit card debt. Pay off the mortgage and student loans. And then the student loans, that's going to get dismissed after a while with the income base thing, because after 20 years of student loans, 25 years or so, they dismiss the rest. And I was hoping that I could get it dismissed in other different ways, but if I was working for a federal agency for 9 more years, they'll also dismiss it. I only had 1 year. And I was so mad because I was working for the government for 10 years. I could have applied for the student loan forgiveness when I was working there for 10 years. It would have been dismissed. But I wonder if they go back because I was telling them, I worked for the government for 10 years now. Y'all, how I still need to pay. So I'm going to inquire about that because there's been some changes and stuff and law changes that I may not be aware of. But there's a loophole. There's always a loophole. There's always a way. But if um, I did call them a couple weeks ago, I never follow up and ask them to put in the application if we put it to reconsider. But I think my student loan debt, according to what I can't remember, they told me, I think it's 9 years anyway. So I think I have 9 more years to go because I think they said in 2030 it's going to be dismissed. So I have 9 more years to go. Or if I less somehow or another, I come in with a high paying job, 6 figure job, or I have this residual income and start traveling and let somebody else pay the rent and I don't have no expenses to pay, then I could pay it off. I could pay it off way much sooner because I'm tired of paying these damn student loans now. It's getting on my damn nerves. I was like, God dang. I said, I thought I did finish paying one part of the loan when at one point I was like, oh, I'm finished. The Perkins loan. Then I got this other one because when they went to Capella with that MBA, that thing cost me to get a lot of student loan debt. I would have never been in no let if I didn't get that damn. Yeah, I would have never got. My mother asked me how much you owe. I said I can't tell you. I can't. I can't even tell her. So unless I come across some money somewhere and some inheritance or something, but other than that, President Obama said he got student loans. So I said, okay. So you know what? At this point, all I could do is keep paying what I can, keep paying it, paying it, paying it until they say, okay, Coda, stop asking me questions like that. Sometimes you make me mad at times. Stop asking me questions. What is that? What does that having a master's have to do with debt? Of course, it's going to be high. That's why it's high because I had gotten my advanced degree. Oh, see, that's how you be igniting these damn trolls coming up in here talking crazy. You know how many people who got MBAs and graduate degrees and stuff be owing 200,000, 300,000 and more? There is no such thing. There is no such thing as a pardon. I went to one of those schools That was a pro-profit schools that was expensive. That's it. That's all I could say on that. I went to school. I went there to get my degree. You know, that's why I told people. That's why I said the other day on my other video about men decline of college for men. And I was telling y'all that if I was a young person today, I would never go to college. I would have never went to school. I would have never been bothered to waste my time and go and get a degree. It was so focused on go to school, get a degree, go to school, get a degree, get a degree. You know, it was so spoken of so much about people going to school to get a degree. I wouldn't do it now. I mean, at the age that I am and the age that I grew up on, yes, going to college was something to do. But as you get older, your income level begins to decrease. That's why when you get older, that's when you focus on. There's three stages. One, you when you get out of high school, you go to high school, you go to college. That's when you start trying to build up your credit. When you get out of college and then you enter the next stage of life, that's when you try to make as much money as you can because the younger you are, the more money you're able to make, the more money you're able to save by cutting down on your debts. The less debts you have and the more money you make, whether you're working, that's more money you could make and invest. Then the last stage of your life, which is what I'm entering, is maintaining the money by retirement. That's when you focus on retirement planning and things like that. I only have um, a good 10 years of working experience, 63. You know, so if I was be 65, 68, that means I got 13 years to try to come up with growing my investments. Remember I told you yesterday that my thrift plan, we said you got a thrift plan too, and I was telling you my thrift plan and all the people complain about the stock market and this and that. I said, you know what? I have 10 years to let that money um it's gonna go up, it's gonna go down. But when I add up all my 401k, the thrift plan, I got a 401k with Intuit TurboTax. I'm fully invested because they just notified me the other day. They said you're fully invested, meaning that the money they match plus the money I put in is mine. And I already looked at that account the other day, and I said, "Ooh, this thing is it is not like it's not like my TSP account, but I have it's a different account. It's not through Fidelity. It's another um financial firm they use. And then I have my 401k with Amazon, and then I had a 401k when I was at Wayfair. Now Wayfair, I didn't work there that long, but I still had a good $3,000-4,000 set aside. So when I add up my, not including the TSP, if I add up my Amazon 401k, my Wayfair that was in a 401k, and what was the other one? Amazon, Wayfair, and Intuit TurboTax. So from now till say 10 years, and I keep investing, and I don't invest. It's not a whole lot of money. I mean, I keep investing money in that retirement plan, and I add up all of my income from all of my investments. I should have over $1 million with my investments, not including Social Security, not including my pension, because I would have I got a pension when I worked at the government. It may not be that big, but I have a pension And so my whole goal is to have passive income with this property, with this house. That's why my plan from 1 year from now, or give or take maybe a little bit over a year, is to fix this home up and upgrade it because it haven't been upgraded since this house been built in 1996. So upgrade. I already did the outside already. I already had the outside fixed up when I did the woodwork and stuff. I had got this, I already bought me a brand new entry door. Even though I need to recolor it. I need to paint the outside of this house next summer or spring. I already bought brand new window. When I moved to this house, I bought brand new windows, brand new garage, brand new door. And I fixed up the outside. Now it's just a matter of me painting, upgrade these fixtures in the bathrooms and stuff. That's not a lot of money. To be honest, I probably could do it myself if I take my time and just, and learn how to do it. So there's certain things I probably could learn to do and get someone to help me do it. Because I bought the tools. I got the tools. I got me a whole professional toolkit that I never used yet. And I could probably fix up and do the little things, you know, do the little things. And rent this house out for $1,600 or seven or whatever, 15, 1,600. That's gonna cover my taxes. That's gonna cover whatever. I'm almost finished paying off my. I'm not almost finished, but I lived in this house going on 12 years. I pay extra on my mortgage every month. I already knocked down. It ain't gonna be no 30 years. It'll be hell yeah, hell no, it'll be no 30 years. So I got what 10 years, 11, maybe less. If I rent this house out for what I'm gonna plan on renting it out for, I have this mortgage paid off way before that 30-year mortgage will be done. That's passive income. That's why they said it's better to have passive income of some sort. Hey, du jour. So it's better to have at anybody. You gotta have a house. You don't have to, because a house is a liability. Somebody told me, I said, no, it's a liability. It's only become passive income. Is It's only become passive income is when you rent it or turn it into investment. Me living here is a liability, but me renting the house out is a passive income. So that's my goal. I bought this house during that last economic downturn when they were like, whoo, and I said, oh, if I didn't buy this house, I wouldn't be able to buy a house now. This market is too. People are getting 50, 30,000 plus 20,000 over the asking price because all these big companies, hedge fund companies, and all these big companies are buying up these houses. They get calls every day. This Teresa, yes. Who the hell is this? If you are you interested in selling your house, I get a text message, phone calling on the phone, text message calling on the phone every day. I said, what the hell? Now, if I wanted to, they wanted somebody to be distressed, like, oh my God, I can't, I ain't got no job, I'm broke. Da, da, da. My mother told me, she said, don't lose this house. She said, don't lose this house. And when I had that financial hiccup a couple years ago, and I was like, oh my God, I had to finally fess it to my mother. She helped me pay the mortgage. I was behind over 3 months. She told me when she came here for Thanksgiving, when my grandmother came, she said, don't lose this house. That's the first thing she said. Don't lose it. You come, if something happened and you can't afford, you somebody know. Tell me, did it, I didn't say nothing because I was so prideful. I didn't want to be ashamed. And I had to came up and tell her. And that was when I lost, I had all that money saved up. I was doing Uber and I was so lazy because sometimes I was so tired driving around all day, all night. All that money I was spending in gas, doing Uber and trying to pay my mortgage. And I had all that money saved up. I had over a year of savings and I had all my money was exhausted. My little savings that I put aside, it took almost 2 years, no, over 2 years before I finally went down to zero in savings. That's how long I had enough money saved up to pay my bills from 2016 till 3 years. That's when my savings went down. I had money. I always stashed money and built it up. And when it finally ran out, when that savings emergency fund finally ran out, and it was, I was trying to maintain the savings account by doing all these gig work. I was doing all that gig work and stuff. But because at one point I couldn't find no job. And if I did find a job, it was paying so low. And I was trying to do Uber Eats and Grubhub and I was making enough money doing those gig work, just enough to pay my bills every month. But I was still at a negative deficit because I had to, money had to be transferred from one account to cover. And so I'm telling y'all this story from my experience. And I never really told this. I never really told people this story. You know, I never really told that story. From 2016, from 2016, the summer of, and when I started doing gig work that August, I think it was around August or so. After I finally said, you know what, let me go ahead and do Uber and Eats and all that other stuff. And I worked and worked. But see, I had that emergency fund set aside. So when you hear people talking about you need at least 3 months of emergency fund expenses, no, you don't. You cannot. You cannot have no. Say your monthly expenses is $3,000 a month, and they say save at least $9,000 to cover your expenses just in case you lose your job or something happened to you. You know that money, that is not enough money because to to pay your bills and do a 3 month emergency fund. Because at the time, 2016, it was hard for me to find another job. I had to went to interview after interview after interview. Why you left the IRS? It was been there for 10 years. You was there for a long time. I had to get that stigma of working at the IRS for so many years out of people's mind because that's all they saw. Ooh, you wrecked, you wrecked at the IRS. And it was like so, ooh, it was a heartache. That's why I took that stupid job at Wipro. When they first told me weeks ago, you can work at this company, it's called Wipro, they hiring. How much they pay? $12. I was at 12. I'm used to making da 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 at the IRS. I'm not taking no 12. And I had to, it was a year later. I went there and I had to humble myself and work at Wipro and get a job there. And then I did Uber Eats and Grubhub and all those food apps and all those food deliveries. And, you know, I wasn't making 4,000 a month doing that, doing those gig work. I was making like 3,000, a little bit, 28, 20, about 28, 3,000 a month or whatever. So I was able to sustain to pay my mortgage, car. Did I have a car note at the time? I think I did. I did have a car note at a time, and then the car was finally paid off. That Kia Optima. So that freed up a lot of because my car note for that car, ooh, I would never again. That's why I tell people don't get no Kia. I don't care. Hyundai, whatever. And and my credit was not bad. My credit was not bad. It was not jacked up, you know. So I had my emergency fund saved up, and 3 years that thing went down to zero. After all that time, that's why I was saying these gig jobs, you know, it may be good for a lot of people because see, a lot of people, whatever reason why you lose your job, it was a certain point in time that a lot of places weren't hiring. And if they were hiring, it was it was a struggle. It was a struggle. Let me tell you, it wasn't always good times. Let the good time roll. It was one point places weren't hiring when that 2008 when that economic cut and all that stuff. Even a lot of my coworkers, they got let go too. They had a government shutdown. They got let go too. It was a struggle. So don't let people say, "Oh, you got an MBA, you got a master's, you should." That's what I heard at Department of Labor at Georgia Workforce. You got a degree, you can find a job. What the hell? If I was going to be try, I would be in this office. I wanted to go and do training. I said I want to do a career. I want to go into technology, IT. You know, I did that. They said, Miss Mel, we don't offer that program for IT. Well, they got warehouse jobs. I said warehouse because every county was different. Every county is different. So if I lived in Atlanta, they would have had where you get the free training and go to Georgia Tech and take the computers and stuff. But I lived in the cab, and they said, no, we got warehouse, and you could do. I don't want to do no fucking warehouse. I want to do computers. I want to do a high tech. That's what I want something in banking or something like that. And they gave me such a hard time. And they even talked about it today at Generation. They was from the alumni service. They was talking about the lady who so happened to live in Georgia too. And she was telling me that after you finish the programs, if somebody wanted to pursue their education, they could do she mentioned the WIA. And I was like, what? And she asked me what county I lived. I said the Cab. She said, yes, that's true. See, each county is different, blah, blah, blah. And I said, you know what? I'm so happy I found this program when I did because it took me 4 years to find a program to learn a new skill. I learned coding on my own. I tried to learn coding on free resources. I was all over the place. I researched, tried to go to Emory. They wanted $15,000 for the boot camp. They wanted this. You had to have some kind of background knowledge. You know how long it took me to get to where I was today? That's why I like the fact that it may not have happened 3 years ago. It may not have happened 4 years ago. But one thing it taught me is to be persistent. It taught me to say, you know what, it's never too late. And yes, during these since 2016 to now, I worked at a lot of companies where I worked in IT technical support. Not what I wanted to do, but one of the things I expressed to them was I was worried about age discrimination and the lack of black women in IT. Now, there's women and black women in IT, but those are the two things that really stood out was the lack of representation. They trying to increase black people to go into IT now in general. And that's why I'm trying to tell y'all with this new coming age of technology, I'm not saying everybody's going to be a software engineer because I don't have to do software engineer. It's so many different fields, you know, technical sales, software development, project management, even at Amazon, they got positions, they offer that free training with the 100% tuition starting January 1st. 90 days, boom. I was like, man, I don't care. My feet be killing me. I'm a stick in there. I'm a stay. I'm a stick it out. I'm a hold. I'm a stick it out. And if I have to work, if I'm working these two jobs, trust me, I'll be working at TurboTax during tax season for these 4 months. And I'm gonna do the program, finish up generation. It'll be finished in the middle of January. And I'm gonna be working at Amazon, you know. Just go to work, keep my mouth closed about where you want me to go to station wise and whatever. You know? So when people say you have a degree, you could have did, I don't like. I hate when people do that. I hate when people do that. And then that troll a couple weeks ago. Well, how's the NBA ranking out for you? You motherfucker try to be funny, but then you can't even write a sentence. You sound dumb as fuck, and then you questioning me about how it's ranking out for you. But yet I'm still here. I'm still here, and let me tell you, I will rise. I will rise, and I will. A year from now, when I say, "Oh, I'm doing this, that," I ain't gonna tell y'all the, I ain't gonna, you know, flaunt whatever. But I'll tell you one thing. Y'all need to focus on how these changes in the world is happening now. That's all I know about that. Is they right now there's such a need, there's such a gap in wealth gap in terms of there's no middle class anymore. People who have degrees, whatever, whatever. There's people doing the great resignation. They come up there with degrees, advanced degrees, lawyers, doctors, a whole lot of people from different walks of life. People always think, oh, you got a degree. You should. Rather than worried about what I should be doing, what is that you're doing? Because everything becomes obsolete. Whether you go to Howard, whether you go to Harvard, whether you go to Morris Brown College, or whether you go to Illinois or whatever is, all these colleges and universities and all these other kind of stuff, um, degrees. Don't put yourself in debt by going to these colleges. A lot of these colleges is nothing more. They only want is your money. That's all they want. They want your money. You know, you could take advantage of the affirmative action for a man to go to college, but unless you're going to school and you want to be a doctor, lawyer, nurse, maybe, but even then, nothing's guaranteed. You must be willing to change. You must be able to pivot. Sometimes you gotta have to pivot your um, goals. You know, when I started doing these apps work, Uber Eats and Grubhub and all the rest of them, I always said, you know what, 5 years, that's it's gonna go down. And I started looking at these app work, gig work as something, it's temporary. Everyone says it's temporary. A lot of people have done it. I met, you know, it served the purpose that it needed to serve at the time. And, it's always good to do them because one good thing that came out of all of that doing these gig jobs was I would not have met a lot of great people. I would have never met and came across a lot of people's channels. Some people I met personally, some people I talked to on the phone, some people I would have never met great people. That's the thing that that's the one good thing that came out of it was that I met some great people along the way. Some people I don't talk to as much anymore. Some people I don't hear from no more. Someone told me one time some people are only there for a season. They come into your life for a season and then they go. You know, I don't hear from certain people no more. A year ago, around November, someone came to visit me, and right now I don't even know where they. I don't even hear from them. I sent them a message, and they was like, "I'll talk to you later or soon or whatever." So I said, "Whatever they going through, They know my number ain't gonna change. My email be the same. And so and some people pop up in the chat, when I'm on YouTube, and some people just come up and pop up all of a sudden. I'm like, oh my God, look who's on here. You know, I've been following a lot of people, even if I don't know you personally, like talk to you on the phone or ever met you face to face. Some people I follow for a long time. I may not say nothing in the chat. I may not leave a comment anymore, but it was very good to meet people in the time that I need to meet them. And it was good. It's had its great moments. Even some of these damn trolls, some of y'all may be entertaining at times, you know? So all I came, I said a lot, even though my initial channel that I wrote was not what I talked about. It did took a pivot after 2 hours. It went on to something totally new. But I need to see a lot of y'all still in there hanging and watching. So, you know, I make this channel to be a personal vlog, just to talk, just to have some audience of people to listen to. And hopefully one day, when this whole thing is over with, one day we'll plan a trip somewhere where we could all go out to meet. We ain't gotta be 100, we ain't gotta be 200 people. I ain't gotta do all that. Just the close top 15 people. Let's say 20. The ones who've been with me for all this time: Colas, DeJour, Shelly Shell, Lillian, David, Lady TH, These Nuts. I know you watching. Um, Vicky. Let me see who I'm missing. Romeo, Sally, um, Dorian. I know I said you already. Even the new ones who came along, Twists and Locks. If I'm missing someone, just forgive me. But oh, Avon, I'll have to say you too. Linda, you know who you are, Linda. I call you by your real name. Uh, I'm seeing like I'm missing someone. Lynn doing your do. That's Linda. Lynn do your do. It seems like I'm missing somebody. Hmm. But you know what though? I appreciate all of y'all. Oh, Erica. Yep, Erica. Don't forget Erica. Erica, I called you. You don't know why you. I don't know what's going on now. If I gotta put the APP on you, I will. That's not. That's not. It's pretty strange. I called you and you didn't call me back. So I know you're busy and everything, but at least send me a text message or something. That ain't good for you not to call me. I got you. I know your last name. I could track you down. If I gotta do that, I'll do it. But that's strange for you not to call me. You ain't gotta call to be talk long and stuff, but at least call me. But anyway, I appreciate y'all. I've been on here for 5 hours. I came on early and then I'm still getting off at 1:05 in the morning. Oh, did I say Vicky? Yeah, I did say Vicky. There's some other people. I see your name and I see your face, I see your face more than anything, but I can't remember. I said Romeo. I said pretty much the majority of people that I come on regularly. If I miss you, I'm sorry. Even some of the new ones. All right, y'all. I'll talk to y'all tomorrow. Tomorrow's Tuesday. So I gotta get up in the morning, do my generation. Oh, Sharky felt. I forgot about you. I'm sorry. You too. I'll make you want to be a moderator? So make you a moderator so you could so I know I have a blue little um a blue little wrench. Okay, y'all. I'll probably do StreamYard tomorrow because I want to show y'all some of my little project that I'm working on my code. Well, no, I'll wait. It's really not a whole lot to show. I'll wait till I show y'all my website page. Anybody interested in want to do a website, let me know. I ain't gotta you ain't gotta pay me to do it. I just want to practice and start a portfolio. So I want to have work things. So anybody who's wanting to ever think about wanting to do a web page, now it's gonna be a web page. Ain't gonna be no full fledged whatever because y'all ain't selling nothing. Y'all could just do a little web page, you know. But if you have a business you're trying to establish, then we could work out some plans of costs because it's a lot. But anywho, all right, y'all have a good night. I've been on here for 5 hours, so I will talk to y'all later. Have a good night.